Okay, you simps. Welcome to a video of. You know what? You're all probably simps, and probably you all. You know what? I'm gonna stop calling people simps. Let me just let y'all be y'all. All right. This video is what if Deku was. I mean, I'm not shit. All right. Restart. What if Deku had the power of the Infinity Stones? Now we're gonna start off with. Man, a thumbnail would be good right now. But no, this is the best I can do until I figure out how to make good thumbnails. Yeah. Anyways, this video is about the Infinity Stones, basically. I'm not talking about the six of them. I'm talking about all 7 of them. And probably you guys don't even know about the 7th Infinity Stone. And I'm gonna explain the 7th Infinity Stone right now. You know this, this power, space, time, reality, soul, mind, and time. You know. I think I said time twice, but you know all these ones. But do you know the Ego Stone? If you don't know the Ego Stone, then you guys better stop simping on your parents. I mean, what? You guys just stop simping on your friends and start paying attention, because you know how to Infinity Stone can be in Infinity War, right? Spoilers if you haven't seen Infinity Stone. If you haven't seen Infinity War, you gotta catch up because it came out at least 2 years ago, bro. All right. The Infinity, it also, the Infinity, the Ego Stone, it doesn't really have too much power. At least I think one thing the Ego Stone has is the consciousness of Nemesis, and Nemesis is the reason the Infinity Stones exist in the comics. In Marvel Comics, Nemesis, apparently he hated all life and a bunch of other stuff, and hated existence, and she exploded, creating the universe that the Infinity Stones revolve around. And out of her entire explosion, the 7th Infinity Stones just went across the galaxy and scrap. Then the 7th one went to like a alternate dimension or something. And if all the Infinity Stones are all united together, they basically recreate Nemesis. Nemesis is reborn. That's basically what it is. But let's get started with this what if. What if Deku had the power of the Infinity Stones? I tried to do a Marty McFly voice, but you know what? Didn't work. Probably wasn't even close. We're going to start off with Nemesis. Nemesis. I just explained who that is. But, Nemesis. She's instead of hating all life again, because some idiot, Thanos tried to get all the stones together, because after he collected all 6, he literally learned about the 7th one. And not knowing anything about it, he went after it. He got it because of the Space Stone, the Soul Stone, Reality Stone, a bunch of other crap. You know what? Space Stone, Reality Stone, Time Stone. Yeah. And basically, he goes to the dimension. He gets the 7th Infinity Stone. He doesn't get it. He sends his people to go get it. Since they get it, they come back, and when they give him the Ego Stone, all of the Infinity Stones start glowing, and they straight up shoot off the Infinity Gauntlet and fly over to the Ego Stone, and then Thanos goes to go grabbing, he's like, what the and then immediately they Infinity Stones, the 6 of them start revolving around the Ego Stone, and they combine, creating Nemesis. And Thanos looking at Nemesis with the Infinity Stones in her crown and the 7th one, and a total stupid little act. He tries to attack her, and she just fucking wipes the fucking blade out of existence and fucking pins Thanos to the wall, killing, and then pins him to the wall, bitch slaps him, turns around, erases his people from existence, and then turns around and asks him, why the hell did you summon you non-wanting existing carbon-based life form? I mean, she's just manhandling him. She's manhandling him across the place. And he basically explains to Thanos what she is, and Thanos is like fucking dumbfounded. And then she says she's gonna destroy all existence again. He starts getting a little bit hesitant to let her do it. So why would he let her do it anyway? You know what? I'm just coming up with random nonsense on the spot. He starts to charge at her and say that's not happening. He's getting his hands on the Infinity Stones again so he can conquer the universe. In this one, he's already done the whole wiping out half the universe thing. And he's trying to conquer it now because people are trying to stand up to him. she's like, why are you trying to conquer something deadbeat carbon-based existence for anyway? He's like, because I want to rule with an iron fist. Crap. Well, that's enough noise already. Anyways, he's basically telling her why he wants the Infinity Stones, that she's literally about to go catastrophically kaboom. And she stops for a second and she does this. She creates chains and chains him to the wall, creating her empire. No. It's probably not going to go too well because I'm just coming up with everything on the freaking spot. But basically, just fast forward about a few minutes, and she's got her empire going. She's got Thanos chained to a wall with slugs inside of his body, electrocuting him. Because why not? And basically, she's got him chained to a wall, listening on this being a number one thing. And for the next 2 years, she's going to be enslaving billions and billions of planets. Starting off one by one, slaying them, and murdering them off, and then taking all their stuff. Until a few of other celestial gods start getting a bit paranoid, and a few of them set out to try to take her on. A few die, common sense and stuff. And it's just one guy, the living tribunal, right? He comes up there and he doesn't ask any questions. He busts in there. His bus is in there and starts kicking some ass. Before she can think to do something, he's already got her pinned down, and they've been creating up a machine to get rid of her. Basically, what they do, they put her in a giant sphere, a giant energy ball sphere, and the sphere was meant to overload her and make her go boom. And as they're containing her, making her go boom, they launch her out into the middle of goddamn nowhere, and then as she goes boom, the same thing happens again, except this time the Infinity Stones is going to get blasted all over the place because of the sphere. In the process, all the 6 of the Infinity Stones merge into one, killing Nemesis, not killing her, but imprisoning her inside the Ego Stone once again, but this time merging all 6 of the Infinity Stones together. And as they're merged together, the universe that she basically created by the explosion breaks out of the energy bubble. And as the universe is created, she ends up circling around the cosmos. She has no control over anything, since the fact that she can't get out of the Ego Stone. Since all the 6 Infinity Stones, since she's become one, there's nothing there that can make her reborn. So she's basically just dead. And everyone else, like Living Tribunal, they all think this too. And as years go on, she's just circling around the cosmos, getting closer and closer to Earth, or this version of Earth, this dimension of Earth. And she's just falling down, getting closer and closer to Earth, picking up more and more speed. Eventually, she starts to try to get out of it, and because all the 6 Infinity Stones are merged together, she starts to learn that she can start to break out of it, becoming one with the gems. Basically, she doesn't want to become one with the gems, and she didn't know it at the time. When she realized if she becomes one with the gems, she can have full control and do whatever she wants, and she won't be imprisoned ever again. And as she's doing this, she's slowly trying to get herself out of it, which is actually causing her to turn into have a big ball of energy form around here and start picking up speed. And the ball of energy starts to get all weird and flunky as it starts to turn into a big heap of light, and it is zooming at interstellar speeds. It's traveling like 1/10 of light speed, basically. Yeah, basically just traveling at that and just getting closer and closer to this to the Milky Way galaxy, just getting closer and closer to that. And give me a second. No, don't give me a second. I got everything I need to focus on right now. I got it all in my head. Basically, as she's getting closer to Earth, it cuts down to where we are getting to the main story. Except, everything's going around to the main story. But then we cut to a few years later as Nemesis has now entered the Milky Way. 2 years, 3 years prior, and he's been picking up more speed. He's now going at least 4 out of 10 of light speed. throughout these couple of years, about these 4 or 3 years. I forgot myself. And as she's getting closer and closer, now entering our solar system, at the time that Deku is just a few hours, about a month away from being born. She's now entered our solar system. She's on the edge of the solar system. By a few months, I mean a month. She's entered the solar system. She's getting closer and closer and closer to Earth. Some scientists start noticing a big ball of energy just moving closer, and they think it's imminent doom. And as the ego stone is fucking heading towards the location that Izuku, and they are going to be leaving from the hospital. It's a month, and then a month goes by as the news spread that maybe a possible asteroid moving at some sort of speed is entering their solar system. It's so far away that they doubt it even make it there because it might crash into something else. But some scientists have noticed that it's been picking up speed, and this month goes by, as it is literally, it's literally entering the solar system, and it's gone faster. It's literally 7 out of 10 of light speed, and as it's heading to the location where Izuku is going to be coming from the hospital after being born. And let's time skip for about an hour, and it's literally impacting. As a big ball of light is coming to Earth, everyone is just panicking as an impending doom. And as it goes down here, Nemesis, who has now gained full control of the thing, is currently turning herself back into her original form, but she's more of a spiritual ball of energy because she doesn't have that under control yet. And as she's falling down, it basically Ichigo and everyone, the cars start malfunctioning and start melting through the heat and stuff. And they get out of the car and start making a fucking run for it. And as they're running, the big ball of light is getting closer and closer. And as she shrinks, and as Nemesis shrinks her big ball of energy down to try to get all her energy back in the track so she can get back to her regular form and conquer this new planet she seemed to come close to. And as she's doing all this, the gravitational pull on Earth is fucking changed. As the fucking everything is going up. Everything within Japan, all the gravitational pull on Japan is fucking gone. And the same thing is effect on everything around it. It's fucking gone. The water is floating up. Everyone is floating up. This is on All Might and Nana Shimura. Wait. And Nana Shimura is dead. She was dead way before Deku was born. So just All Might is just fucking floating up. He wasn't in America. He wasn't in Japan when Deku was like a baby, right? He was in America, right? Yeah. So he's getting rid of this America and starting to head his way back to Japan. And as everything was going on, Izuku slips out of the blanket, and as Izuku realizes she tries to get him, he just floats up. And as Nemesis is heading directly for Izuku, which basically she's managed to get the whole big ball of light thing, and the big ball of light is just a bunch of freaking solar rays, which is just it's not emitting radiation because Nemesis it basically absorbed all the radiation. It's just a big ball of heat now. And as she's falling out of it, she's like coming out of it, and all they see is a big ball of energy heading straight for Izuku. As Nemesis is starting to change gravitational pull a bit more, and as everyone starts flying up at really fast speeds, Nemesis is not paying attention, and she fucking bombs face first into Izuku. Boom! It engulfs him in engulfs him in a bit of a light, and Ichigo immediately thinks he is dead. But as she's about to start crying, she sees Izuku falling down. Because you're not falling down, but being propelled, but basically coming out of the smoke, still crying this time though, crying. And basically, Nemesis has just gotten put in a bigger, major setback, you know? Because now the big ball of energy is freaking... The big ball of heat is gone. Because with the whole... Nemesis was bringing the thing down to destroy the planet, basically. That's the reason she was trying to get at those speeds and you know, all that stuff. She was getting those speeds to break out of it, but now she sees she can use it to kill the planet. She's going to do that. But it failed because she was imprisoned in the big balls of energy, basically vanished, going back into the atmosphere. And she's imprisoned inside Izuku's body. Everything goes back to normal. The gravitational pull changes slowly. So as everything was floating back to the ground, Izuku uses this time to try to get to her baby, and she does. Basically after this event, let's jump skip to when Deku is 4. You know, like basically everything's gone the same. I'm losing track of what I'm doing. Okay. And, you know, everyone remembers this incident as it's bizarre because everyone thought a meteor was hitting, and it was probably going to annihilate everyone in Japan and probably far more. And it was a miracle that it didn't hit, and people still wonder what happened to the meteor, because the meteor was gone, and everyone's wondering and scientists basically are kind of confused on why a meteor would cause a gravitational pull to change, but they still researching that, and basically this super powerful ego is just inside that trapped in a prison trying to break out. And she's basically observing all this, what Deku's about and everything, and she's not phased because she just wants to get out of here and kill Deku and kill everyone else in that planet. You know, she's not feeling this. She wants to rule like Thanos did. She's basically imprinted off Dano, like they copied off Thanos. What the hell did I just say? It's copied off Thanos, and she wants to take over. Basically, throwing her hate for life and existence out of the window, and throwing her love for conquering, pillaging, torture, and all that stuff in the plate. And that's all she wants to do. Kidnap, torture, do all that stuff. And she's set back by this because Izuku is not like the Infinity Stones. She could easily get out of it if she was just like, you know, like a ghost or anything. But since the Power Stones, the Infinity Stones are fused together inside of her, and she's infused inside of Izuku, Izuku has no access to the power, but because she's just restraining him from doing it and from learning anything. But at the same time, the stones have basically made Deku a vessel. Think of this like this. You know how the Infinity Stones, you know how the Infinity Stones have certain power anyway, and anyone trying to use the power will only get so far before it end up getting killed, and would not be able to access full power. And like the people who made devices that especially made to harness that power. But the Infinity Gauntlet was made to harness and push all that power to its user. But Deku isn't a user. Deku isn't a user. He's the gauntlet, basically. He harnesses and uses that power. And since he's basically the gauntlet, he has some control. He has some positive effect from him being basically the gauntlet and being the vessel for the stones. I start off getting with the power before we get to the whole doctor thing. You know, basically I researched this, and they're all called Infinity Stones for a reason, right? You know, they hold unlimited power. You know, I've done some research. The Power Stone, it can give anyone power. It can give anyone unlimited power based on the user's wants, basically. Power Stone to watch other crap, you know, power relays. It can decimate planets, fucking do all that fucking crazy shit, fucking hurt people by exposing them to the Power Stone, basically. You know, the Space Stone, it can basically bend space, bro. It can bend space. It can make you be in 3 places at once and do all that stuff, you know. It can send you to a different realm where you exist in all different planes of existence. And the Soul Stone, basically, you can corrupt people. You can take their souls and do all that fucking shit. And then the Mind Stone, you know, you can, if you use it properly, you can connect to your mind. You can connect yourself to every mind in existence, like every mind. This basically Charles Xavier, but he can connect to everything, all the minds. And basically time, you know, do time and age things forward, age things backwards, control time, fast forward, rewind it, stop it. You can do all that, and you can have yourself appear in 3. You can send your past self to you 3 times and have 3 of you fighting at the same time, And you have the fucking reality stone. Literally can bend reality to your will. And do all that crazy shit. And the ego stone, yeah. Nothing else you need to know about the ego stone, because it's all that. Oh, and if it comes to it, hold up, give me a second. I'm watching a movie and I gotta. my bad. and basically, ego stone. Basically, Deku is now become the new ego stone, because the ego stone vanished. Basically, once you combine with him, the ego stone, Deku basically became the ego stone. The ego stone, because he is basically the thing that's keeping Nemesis behind the walls. And once Nemesis breaks out of him, she either can take control of him, converting him into her, and then basically, if she takes control, Deku would turn into her, and basically Deku would no longer exist, and all you see is Nemesis. Basically all you would see is her. Get a closer picture, a bigger picture. All you see is her. That's all you'd see is her. You see her with her clothes and her jewelry and her crown. All you see is her. Then once Deku if Deku would manage to get control again, he'd turn back into his normal self. And if Deku can gain control over Nemesis, he can change his features, turning his hair white and all cosmic glowy, changing his eyes white, and basically his power will double because it's Nemesis. She has all the power. His power would double by 50. And if he managed to let her out, his power would double to 100. But if he managed to get control over Nemesis and have her form, his power would boost to 150. Half of 200. And that's as far as Deku can go. Or will go. And basically, yeah. Let's jump skip to when Deku's getting his fucking stuff. And since I'm not gonna I don't feel like having all this dumb shit about having a quirk that literally is the same thing, basically. We just have him go off as. This is what I'm trying to say is, have you see all these other what ifs in their videos, and they have like power of like what? Has the powers of like Godzilla or something, and they basically say he has the power of the king of the monsters. Basically, I don't like that because you just turn that shit into fucking quirk, and it just angers me. He's gonna go off as quirkless, and when he goes to school, everything's gonna go on until Deku. Everything's gonna go on as Nemesis watches as Deku's being bullied, and she wants to kill him. She wants to slave the planet and shit. And after a while, being inside Deku's body, she learns what his goal is to become the #1 hero. And basically, that desire is what is gonna get them two to be working together in the future. Let's start off to where the playground scene where Deku is protecting the girl. And as he rushes over there to go help her, he's getting in the way as Nemesis is observing his will and determination to become #1. And as she's observing, she realizes she doesn't have to conquer the planet, but be one of the hierarchies of the planet, and everyone has to listen under her will. And she doesn't have to kill the planet because they don't want to follow her. She can just be on top and basically be something that everyone else would be afraid of, and be something that everyone has to give something to. Basically, she's not understanding the point of what Deku understands of being #1. She thinks being #1 is like VIP of life, like basically VIP if you're the king of, if you're God, basically. VIP if you're God, people have to rule you and bow to you and everything, and they don't have to be doing it in fear. They can do it out of respect and that other stuff. And basically, she thinks she can become a ruler without having to enslave the planet, without having people rebel. But she thinks that's how she can rule the planet. And as Deku says, and as Bakugo says, you always be quirkless, you quirkless little shit. You don't deserve to be on this playground, and you don't deserve to try to be a hero. I'm gonna be the hero because I got a cool quirk, and you're quirkless, and I can kill you easily, and all that dumb shit. And he goes to charge at Deku, and as time literally stops, as Ego's about to introduce herself, but Deku freaks out because time is stopping. And as he's going over there to Bakugo, he's basically, when he's moving at this thing, you have to have the control in order to fucking stop time. If you do something difficult, you're gonna fuck everything up. He goes over there to go shake Hotski, and basically he moves him around and realizing that he stopped time, and he thinks this is his quirk. And as he goes to and basically moves Bakugo, because in time stop there is no gravity, there is none of that. Well, there is gravity, it still pull you down, but people who are stopped in time will have no gravity. And he's basically moving Hotski's hand and moving it over there to the left, to the right. And as time stops, Bakugo is confused. That's why his explosion went another way. And as Deku is behind Bakugo. And everyone just see, all I saw was Deku just in front of him, they're behind him. Didn't see anything move. And as Deku was like, yeah. And Deku was like, and Bakugo was wondering how he got behind him, and he didn't see him move at all. And then Deku said, Deku thinks and says, this must be his quirk. And Bakugo says, how? You're quirkless. He goes to charge at him again, but this time, Nemesis kind of takes a bit of control, and because she doesn't understand how Deku works, she doesn't know how to fully take control. So all she does is takes control of his arm, as you see a white line going all out throughout his veins and his muscles and his hand. As Deku just watching this, she just takes over. Basically, Deku has no control. One thing he can do is watch out of his eyes, because he's not taking too much control for Deku to black out and everything. Out of his eyes and watching as he's about to punch Bakugo. And as he punches Bakugo, Bakugo goes flying over there into a second-story window. And as Deku saying, Deku gets control back. He's confused as his shirt is now ripped over his arm was, and he had white marks there. And everyone's a bit scared because he punched Bakugo about 23 feet. He basically punched him into the second-story window of a building, and everyone's a bit scared. As Deku just looks at him, as Nemesis starts to take control, and his white lines go all out about his body and his muscles, and it goes into his eyes. His eyes turn white. The ego literally has unlimited power, and is realizing this now, and is really about to break free. And as Deku's real young, he's not like a level 5 lock. He's a level 0.1 lock. She realizing she can easily break through. She basically takes control, and as Deku turns, literally, he is engulfed in light. And as the girl is basically has to turn her head around because how bright the light is, because she's right up near Deku, or Nemesis, because she's taking control. But 1% of control, because she can't do too much. She doesn't understand him. And basically, he turns into... I did a good picture of her, like, looking like a badass. I guess I own, like, a few pictures of Nemesis. Yeah, basically, this one right here will do. As he turns into a girl, and as his hair is going everyone's looking at him, like, confused. And he's like, a girl, but this little girl, not a girl, a woman, turns into an adult woman. As people around him start to look at some adult woman glowing, and Nemesis is about to fucking throw a beam at her. I'm not sure what Nemesis' powers are, but you know what? She's pretty much a celestial, in my opinion. So, her fingers are glowing, and she starts to shoot a beam. And she starts, she shoots a beam at the Scratchy Fingers kid, blasting him into a car, sending him into a coma, because she is going easy, because Deku's body is basically a pencil. Too much force, and she'll break the lid. And as you were screaming villain, I'm gonna have an all night. I'm gonna have like Oh, wait a minute. Deku got his injury when Deku was like It's like a kid, right? Like a tiny kid. I'm not sure. But basically, yeah, and the heroes show up, and they go to attack Deku, and because Deku, it's been like a few minutes, and Deku has the Wing Kid, or Nemesis, the grown woman, has the Wing Kid in her hands, choking him slowly. As the heroes arrive, the wood guy, the guy who can do wood, he starts to throw his wood things at her, and then she just waves her hand, and the wood turns into fire, burning him. Basically, he's basically out of the picture, and then she just grabs grabs the little Wing Kid in her hand and throws it at the wood guy, whoever his name is, and sending him flying as he catches the kid, because how much force is there, breaking the kid's spine and sending wood guy far. And as other heroes start to go up, he is just... Yes? Which one, Mom? And as he's just literally fighting, she's literally just fighting all the heroes and just shooting them backwards. And she's saying how weak the heroes are, and as literally becoming number one is going to be easy. And then she's saying how he's going to be easy to be at the top. And she's saying how easy. No, not saying as this all this. She's basically, this is going to be easy. And before she can say anything, a big thing of fire comes at her. And then she uses the goddamn space stone and sends the fire back at Endeavor. You see, sends it back at Endeavor, right into his face. The Endeavor blocks it. She basically fucking opens the portal behind her, going in it, peering behind it, and over their next Endeavor, going a kick that's basically knocks Endeavor back. She doesn't know the strength of these people here. He wants to see what she's got to go with. And basically all the portals appear basically. Now she's just observing what he can do. He basically sees the fire. And she basically just launches a bunch of water attacks. Basically he's launching water attacks. And basically going her his darkest fucking weakness. And she's fucking had enough. And she just fucking blitzes in front of him, throwing a punch of a 50% All Might. Knocking Endeavor backwards, no, not a 50%, 100% All Might, doing an uppercut, knocking him into a building, sending him through the building into 3 more buildings before he lands in an alleyway, breaking his bones. More of them actually when he hits a dumpster, crushing the dumpster of the impact, and falling to the ground unconscious. And some people start to call the ambulance because Endeavor is not breathing. And All Might is all this. He lands behind her, and he basically delivers a Texas smash to her face, sending her backwards into a car, into a store. And as she just fucking jumps out of there, as he fucking thinks the fight is over, she fucking flies out of there, goes at him, and she says, "Argh!" And as she literally fucking throws a same strength as a Texas smash back at him, as he thinks it's gonna be nothing, and goes to hold out his hand to catch it. As the hand meets his fist, it does the same thing, basically throwing him backwards, but not that far. And he does the same thing as a Texas smash just did. And he's a bit worried because if she can throw a punch like that at him, and he's not in his prime anymore, she could probably overpower him because of how badly she's been wounding the heroes. Now, basically, she got back up from a Texas smash. And as she says, "You're like not like the others," and she shouldn't go easy. She basically powers up basically 2 times All Might. And basically dodges one of his punches, throwing a punch at him, sitting him flying. Now she fucking flies after him, slamming a bunch of buildings, punching him, then picking him up and throwing him up a building, and fucking throwing him in the air, throwing him all over the place. And basically, you ever see Incredible Hulk? You see Bruce Banner falling from the sky. Basically does that, but does what All Might did at the USJ and fucking slings him backwards and throws him to the ground. And on impact, All Might is about to lose his buff form because how much damage he has taken. Basically, all the damage he has taken from someone who's throwing 2 times, basically throwing a punch that's worth of 2 1000% Detroit smashes. And he's about to lose his form because he's not allowed to punch on her. And her punches are getting stronger and stronger. And then she basically had enough. She charges up a blast that is not going to kill All Might, but give him another severe wound in his chest. Basically, it's going to be killing him, basically. And don't worry, he's not going to die, because, good Deku is going to heal him, And basically, she throws the blast, doing the same thing, and then fucking you. No. She's not doing the blast. She's going to be holding her fist back and doing what Thanos did on Titan. Throwing her fist back, using his power and a few other stones, pick up some buildings, and fucking throw them at him. And he fucking punches them, and fucking charges at her, and she basically just does what Doctor Strange does. No, that does not does what Doctor Strange does. He just stops time, goes up to him, and throws her fist back and punching him. And as soon as time stops, all he sees is her disappear from where she was at and then appear in front of him. Then all he knows, he's back flying. As her punches are now worth 3 Detroit smashes into 1. And as she's going up to more power, because all the power he had is now double, and she's just basically doubling it up with the power stone. And she just creates a miniature black hole. No, not a miniature black hole, because All Might doesn't have the skills that Doctor Strange had to combat the black hole. He can wind pressure, but the black hole's main purpose is to fucking deny all physics and eat things. And she basically flies at him and fucking doing what the dude from Infinity War did, taking the ground and throwing it at him, creating a fist. Then he blocks it, and starts punching the hell out of it. And she's going easy on it, she stops going easy. She's punching him, doing a punch, and she's about to basically break out of Deku and kill him in the process. This fight is gonna end really soon anyway, so it doesn't really matter anyway. And she sends All flying, and she chases after him as the whole world is watching this. And the battle for All for One is gonna be over, and it's gonna end a few years before, because why not? So what? I'm doing much other shit. Basically, it ends a few years before Deku was born, and it's basically All for One is getting ready to merge again. Not emerge again, but his All Might is going to do more damage than he did in canon, and All for One is going to do the same amount of damage as he did in canon. Except All Might isn't going to be like he is in canon, because All Might, the rest of the heroes are going to be determined throughout those years, and I have All Might do much stuff he did, like he did in canon. And All Might is basically going to have the same amount of time that he has on his hands in canon. But basically, as he's kicking his ass, all the villains are basically observing All Might getting his ass beat. And they think that Nemesis is a villain. They don't know what Nemesis is anyway. They just think that she's a villain. And as he's throwing the punches, villains are coming out to try to start to loot and do what they fucking do. And as fucking Nemesis is kicking All Might ass, and literally is about to knock him out. And All Might is getting back up to try and do a United States of Smash. But Nemesis catches the fist, and the wind pressure around them is fucking insane. And then she just does a United States of Smash into his face, and fucking doing the same thing, except she doesn't do what he didn't. Doesn't do what a United States Smash does. Basically just sends her flying, knocking him out, and as he goes to the building, he goes to his buff form. his small mind form, basically small mind form. As she goes flying, he goes flying through the building, hanging on the side. He's about to die. Then he says to his head, All Might hasn't found a successor yet, and before he dies, he's gonna have to take her down and try to find one soon. Because he's not gonna win this battle out of going all out. And basically forces himself back into the form and fucking jumps at her. And she's just fucking wailing on him again. He fucking throws a punch he's never thought he'd have to actually do. A United States Smash worth of 5. A United States Smash that has the power of 5. Basically, times 5 the damage he did in canon. Basically sends her flying because she's not expecting it. And he goes flying into a building. And a few, 16 buildings. He was flying through those 16 buildings. At the end of this, she's not prepared for anything that just happened. And she's leaking out too much of her power. Collapsing, ending up making a building collapse on her. And as she's breaking out of it, she's seeping back in because this is not what she was prepared for, and there's fucking dust in her eye. She's losing it, and she ends up on the ground. Izuku has been long unconscious since she's been going too all out. And as she seeps back into his body because she can't see, and if he catches up to her in his form, he might do some damage. Because she is not that strong, being limited by Izuku's body at this current state. And because she's her, she can do all this stuff for her own. Basically seeps back into Izuku's body. And it's basically he fucking, turns back into him. And yeah. Yeah, he just turns back into him. As he was looking for her, but all he sees is a kid laying down there. He takes the kid and he takes him to the hospital. And basically, he leaves to go hunt for Nemesis. Basically, he jumps up and leaves, pushing his limit down even more. And let's say his limit was higher, but pushing that down, it sent it back to where it was in canon, basically. And he's basically freaking off, going to do what he was doing, And as Izuku goes to the doctor to get Deku and reserve him, everyone's wondering what happened to Bakugo and the 2 other kids. Well, the girl, she doesn't know what happened because she left after the whole bright lights thing. And she had to look at the bright lights. She left. And Bakugo was thrown to the building. Only thing he remembers is being hit. He was knocked out when he hit the building. And the other 2 kids, the kid who got thrown and sent to coma, he's in a coma. And the other kid who got choked to death and he had his spine shattered into the prison, he had short-term memory. He basically had long-term memory. He forgot about things. He forgot about 3 weeks worth of things from that encounter. And they all just thought Nemesis had gotten to all of them. And it still doesn't make sense how Deku ended up all the way over there. And they start to think maybe, and Bakugo basically points out that Deku was there too. And he starts to think that maybe he got sent out there or something, because Deborah points out, and he manages to point out that she can make portals, and he starts to think she sent him to a portal after basically he had physical abuse to his body because of the damage that she done to his body, and he had a bunch of abuse to his body, and they start to think that maybe she did that to him after before sending him to the portal. And as time goes on, as everyone had to look at Bakugo and everyone else who did come back from it, because the kid who shattered his body, he was in a crutcher thing, and he was alive and okay, but the kid who was in coma, he's not going back to school for a while. Basically, after observing them, Deku does know a little bit, but once Nemesis took over, she had no idea what was going on because he was basically unconscious then. And he was basically awake and not knowing that he's basically in a room full of light. Not a room, but in space. All he could see was space and basically a room but with no gravity and nothing but whiteness. That's all he said. But then after a while, he just didn't see anything after that. And basically that's him being blacked out when Nemesis started going all out. All Might physically scared by it because she was stronger than all for one. And thinking her quirk may be powerful. But she doesn't have a quirk. That's just her abilities from being freaking eternal and all the fucking shit that she is. I can point out, Infinity Stones have limited power, They can go as far as they go. And there's only a few rules. The Infinity Stones can't destroy each other. But, I'm going off of, the comic book thing. So, in the comic books, the Infinity Stones could not destroy each other. And they could not... And the Infinity Stones can't work out of their own universe. So, they can't leave out of their own universe. They leave out of the universe and they're basically just regular stones. Same goes with Deku. He leaves his universe. He's basically a normal, quirkless kid. He's quirky, but he just got the power of infinity on his side. Basically, after all this go by, they're in school and everything. And fast forward a few years, and Bakugo, and everyone thinks that Deku has a quirk because Bakugo remembers getting punched by Deku. And and all that. And basically everyone thinks he has a quirk, but he doesn't really know how to use it. He just uses it at this certain time. But everyone still bullies him because, he can't use his quirk. Basically, after a while, once he starts to get out of preschool and elementary school and into middle school, basically, once he's in middle school, Nemesis didn't talk to him at all. Deku. Basically, Bakugo pointed out that Deku acted villainous and that put Deku down, which Nemesis decided not to talk to him because she thought that would ruin his plans to be number one. And she's now currently plotting to get out of Deku and kill him and take over. Or not take over, but become the number one hero. No, just basically take over because basically he knows that she's got a mark on her head because of what she did. Basically, she has a mark on her head. She's got a knife ready to go through her head if she comes out again. But after a while, Deku still says he still wants to be number one. And that's what gets her to talk to him. Basically, it seems events during the same events go to the fucking cannon stuff. When Deku woke up that morning where he's gonna get attacked by the sludge villain, she spoke to him. Then, and as basically he's not getting used to hearing a girl's voice in his head. He thinks he's becoming a bit crazy. But she basically explains to him who she is. And not everything, though, because he knew he could want her out of his head. And she explains to him what she is, and she's sorry with the problems and trouble she's caused. He's trying to put a nice girl act, but And he asks her what, and she basically says the person that fought All Might, then that was her. And basically she explains to him that she took over because of Bakugo. And that she'll help him with his journey to become number one. And she basically explains to him her powers on his way to school. But not her powers. He doesn't explain her powers to him, but he says that he might not be able to use them since you have to gain some control over her abilities and basically learn control. But he does explain the abilities that he does have with the of the Infinity Stone that he does have access to. Because she's letting him have access to it. And now that she's letting him have access to it, she's not gonna be able to take it back. Basically, letting him have access to it is like basically putting all the Infinity Stones into the gauntlet in order to get access off of him, take him off the access. Basically, is to fight him in her consciousness. And with this power and stuff, he'd probably easily take her down. If him not knowing that any restraints or anything, he'd just full out challenge her and probably win because he doesn't have limits. And basically, he just go up his strongest punch, we might not have any control of, and punch and literally obliterate her. But she lies to him, tells him he does have limits and he has to train to reach newer limits. And basically, everything does happen in canon, but Nemesis inside Deku's head is always talking about how she easily let her take control and end him. Well, he's basically pressuring her not to do that. It basically makes him look a bit weird in the classroom the entire day. It basically leads to the sludge villain attack. After Baku blows up the notebook and shit. Basically leads to the sludge villain, except when the sludge villain pops out, Nemesis is already on his ass, fucking not taking full control, but taking some control. As Deku is kicked into the passenger seat watching all this happen. And Nemesis charges up, creating a punch that generates 2 Texas smashes. And basically fucking create that wind pressure. Fucking obliterating this. This what is the normal power of a Texas smash, obliterating him. And as she lets him have control again, she basically is freaking excited because he did it. And then she says he did it. And she says she did it, not him. Basically, everything goes again. The whole can about him jumping up, and basically everything happens in canon except Deku. But All Might, but Deku does tell him All Might that he does have somewhat of a quirk. And All Might, saying that he can be a hero if he manages to take down a sludge villain. He jumps off, not paying anything about it, but does noticing how he put the sludge villain to rest. Basically, yeah, And basically everything happens in canon, but when Deku goes to rush off, she's basically explaining how to use some of the power in his head, in his mind scheme. As he's walking down the street, it would take only about a few minutes to get there. It's basically like an hour in the mindscape, because basically outside of time and space in his mind. Basically, he gets an understanding of all the powers and how he can use them. Basically, has a whole sludge from the thing starts to happen, and Deku goes off to help him. But when Deku goes off to help Bakugo, who's creating massive explosions, Deku starts to glow with a purple aura, and the purple lines go to travel his veins and muscles. As Deku charges up, since the Power Stone is boofing up all of his stats, his durability and all that stuff, he basically starts to charge at a higher speed. Boom! Like fucking booming. Fucking booming. As he fucking jumps up, and he delivers a Detroit Smash. I forget the name of it. A Detroit Smash, the same strength as All Might's Detroit Smash. And when he throws the punch, he fucking obliterates the sludge villain. That's done with basically doing what fucking All Might did, except Mountain Lady isn't there in time, and some of the it basically does what it did happen in canon. Except Mountain Lady has to get there a bit earlier, or else Deku might hurt some people. Basically gets around. It basically does the same thing it did in canon, and then everyone looks at Deku. They're too dangerous for Bakugo anyway. So it's basically rewind when Deku is still charging. Mountain Lady is fucking there. He's out there, and as Deku goes up there, fucking grabs Bakugo, starts to pull him out, starting to use some of the power of the Power Stone. He fucking yanks fucking Bakugo out of there. As he has him in his hand, he drops him, and as he fucking leans back, he gets out the sludge villain on the ground. He starts to charge up his hand, punch his fucking arm, and as the clothes on his arm rips off, and as he just fucking throws his punch and does a Detroit Smash, and fucking sends the sludge villain fucking flying, and they're doing what they can, since Mountain Lady has been there earlier because of her reasons, because she's apparently plays men or something. I don't know. I'm sorry, my bad. And those a punch. Mountain Lady is there to stop the people. Yeah. And everyone's looking at Deku like how he did his punch. And basically, Deku can be as strong as he wants to, but Nemesis hasn't told him that. And basically, he's just, doing his thing. He does get scolded about the heroes, about charging in the battle like this, but Nemesis kind of taking control of Deku's mouth, cusses them out about how he could have died, and even though you guys didn't have the quirks meant for the job, you still should have tried to do something to help him. No matter if he was causing explosions, you should have tried your best to save him. But you guys didn't, and sat here and waited for people who could handle it, come in and basically end the fight, when you could have maybe boosted yourself up on a hero status, because by risking your life to go save the life of a child, if you would have known no one showed up to help, Bakugo could have died because the sludge villain has seemed to be suffocating him. Because I seem to have the idea of using him as a hostage, basically basically waiting for anyone else besides me, besides anyone else, any other pro hero, and try to use him as a meat shield if someone else tried to attack him. So basically, it's on you if no one was here now. And basically, Deku just walks off. And I'm not giving Deku one for all, because Deku is fucking overpowered right now. Just I bet I have a better understanding of what an Infinity Stones can do. I have a different understanding of everything. And as Deku is just walking down there, and All Might jumps out of nowhere, and basically, about the offer Deku's quirk. We all offer Deku his quirk, but Deku says no. Because when Nemesis was telling Deku about how he had Infinity Stones possess unlimited power. Deku took that in mind, and took that literally, and in his head, he kind of pieced it together. If he trains his body enough, he can push he can have unlimited power, and basically push his strength to deceive just about anyone. And since he has all this power, he can do anything he wants. He basically could erase people's quirks if he wanted to. And give people quirks if he wanted to, basically. So he basically says no, and that he's got his power, and you've got yours. That he's gonna do all, he's good. He doesn't need it, because he's got his power, and you've got yours. Find someone else who would be a better suit for it. He basically just says no. And basically, just everything goes the same as it did canon, except he said no, and All Might's kind of shocked by this, because he started to point out about how his power is, and Deku just says, it doesn't matter. And basically All Might just says, okay, kid, and he just fucking leaves in a small Might form. And as Deku just walks off, and he starts to talk to Nemesis, Nemesis points out that his flimsy little body. And basically he says, in her head, she tells her that he could just use the reality stone to give himself muscles and make himself King 6'3", and said, but Deku said if you want to become a number one hero, he has to earn it and have experience with it. And basically, he does what he did in canon, but he said going to the beach, he basically having the mind stone and shit. He just looks into the past memories, and he looks in people's heads and uses the time stone to access their past brains and shit, to look for where that place he can train. He reaches the beach. That's basically where he goes to train for the next 10 months, moving all the stuff, using nothing but his own strength, not using anything. And when he needed help with something, he just uses a little bit of the power stone, and just helped. And basically he's wondering what he could do with the thing, with the fridge. So he just picks up the fridge with one hand, picking it up with his finger by adding a bit more power. And he basically does what All Might did, except, All Might did, fucking crushing the thing with his hand. He's amazed by his own strength. And so Deku does what he does, except Deku is a bit more calm and does a workout routine calmer and does it normally. He doesn't rush himself at all. He does it the way he was supposed to. It's him to do it in canon. And so basically he just does that. I need some water. I need that really bad. And basically for the next 6 months he practices using his other powers, using the space stone to lift up things, using the reality stone to change certain stuff into certain other things, using the reality stone to make himself drinks and food. Until eventually he uses the mind stone. The mind stone gave him all those abilities. And the reason Vision can do all those abilities like he did because of the mind stone. If it wasn't for the mind stone, he wouldn't be able to do what he did. Because please tell me how Iron Man's gonna phase through shit. And if Iron Man could do all that, he would have done it a long time ago. And if Iron Man could do it, he would have done it as soon as he saw Vision do it. So get the hell out of my face. Basically, he has multiple new abilities. Deku can now fly, shoot lasers out of his eyes, since he doesn't have a Since the Mind Stone isn't in his head and his more is him, he is the Mind Stone. He's using it to shoot lasers out of his eyes. Since he's not wielding a gauntlet, he is the gauntlet. He can do anything what the fuck he wants with his own body. He shoots it out of his eyes by using the Mind Stone. And Nemesis starts to explain some of his other abilities. How he now has a phasing ability. And he starts phasing through some of the junk. Combining some of the abilities together, like the Time Stone and the phasing ability. As he's going through some objects, he uses the Time Stone and rewinds those objects as he's phasing to them to what they used to be. And Deku says he can combine them because he wasn't really focusing and combined it on accident. So after he stops using his abilities, he rewinds all the junk to the former glory. But he said he's supposed to be retrained, so he winds them back. And basically, the idea to combine abilities hit Deku's mind really much. And basically, he hasn't had much training with the Soul Stone, but Nemesis has explained what the Soul Stone can do, and Deku's not really about that life, about controlling people's souls and taking them and doing all that shit. And basically, Deku, he hasn't had too much training with the Mind Stone, what it can do, but he uses it occasionally, He can corrupt people's minds and shit. Since he's not a scepter, he can do it from distances and stuff. But he gets the idea to combine some of his abilities together, the power and the Space Stone. Basically, he can fucking do a bunch of other shit. And basically, he combines all of them together, and he fucking glows with the aura as it lines and stuff go out all his veins and rainbow colored lines. And basically, he goes through all his body and his muscles and everything. As his clothes begins to rip off of him, except his pants, and pants basically get turned into shorts and everything. As his power just doubles. There's fucking sparks. And fucking sparks of lightning start to travel out. No, not lightning. I don't want to make him seem too much like a cannon. So basically, it's just an aura surrounding him. His hair turned rainbow colored, has a rainbow glow and everything. His eyes have basically turned into a rainbow color. His eyes right now, there's a glow real quick, but his pupils change to a rainbow color, the glowing rainbow color. And he's he's like full Cali basically. And he doesn't have a limit on how long he can use his form. He can use it at any time. He will have a limit how much he can use it, because all this power is basically going to be like a normal human wielding the Infinity Gauntlet. And how it basically is a snap eventually. It won't kill Deku, but it just put a strain on his body. He can use it for a good 3 minutes. He can use it for 2 minutes. He can use it for 2 minutes and has to take a 3-minute break. 2 minutes, but he can use it for 2 minutes, but he has to take a little bit of a break. A break that only lasts about. He can use it for he can use it for 5 minutes, but he has to take a 2-minute break to get himself created again, because it doesn't take that long to recover because of the Power Stone and a few other things that behind it with it. Basically, with his power, he can do just about everything. He fucking obliterates everything. He obliterates everything, moving water all over the place he wanted to. And by the end of everything, he just basically goes to the entrance. Even by the end of the 10 months, Deku is jacked, because he basically erased all the junk off the beach and basically created his own gym in the sand. And the person who's going to be getting one for all is, of course, Bakugo, because we will get one for all eventually in the future, but I want to see Bakugo get his ass. I want to see Bakugo in my head get his ass kicked by Deku a bunch of times when he thinks he can beat Deku. And basically, when Deku only takes Bakugo to the beach to train him, all they see is nothing. They see a nice clean beach with a bunch of animals and crabs running all off it, takes to Deku, and then they see a little hut made of concrete, and it is fortified underneath with steel, and they don't see that. Fortified with concrete, and they see a bunch of bikes. They only see a bike next to it, and basically they see a bike chained to a little stone pillar. And basically, Deku is in their training. As they go investigate with it, they find Deku lifting weights And by not by the end of the match, but as he starts to learn how to get familiar with his powers, he basically created this. He's been coming out there for a while. And basically, it leads up to this point where Bakugo and All Might looking at Deku in this little custom made gym. Basically lifting weights and working on his chest and abs and stuff. But Deku would be more jacked because he's more experienced in this one. And he basically has proper things he can use. And basically Bakugo asks Deku what the hell is he doing here and where all this stuff comes from. And All Might asks is the same thing because back when he came out here, the beach was nothing but a bunch of trash-filled wasteland, you know? I'm not sure how long this video is, but I think it's about an hour long. Well, shit. Anyways, this video might actually be just one video. I might do it all in one video. Anyways, as he's basically lifting his weights in his reality bent room, they asked him where he got all this stuff and how long has it been here. And Deku said it's been he put it here. He doesn't tell him everything. He said it was built here by it was already basically Deku just points out that it was already here. And then they no, let's not do any. Yes, let's do that. Yeah. And basically he's just lifting weights and basically tells him basically says it was built out here a while ago. It was built out here by some bodybuilder. I'm fucking this up, you know. He basically just says, "Oh, it was." And let's not do any of that. No, let's rewind fucking time. My bad, guys. I'm not a what if that has any of this planned. I just make up shit on the spot. Basically, Deku is on the moon. Because, you know, Thanos can do it, and Nemesis can do it, surely Deku can do it. This basically, what the hell with Nemesis? He's just on the moon. No, he's not on the moon. He's in an island. He's on an island submerged underwater. He's in the middle of the ocean. He's offshore of the beach. And he basically made a little underwater house that has no water in it. An underwater base. Basically, you've seen Subnautica. You ever see that game Subnautica? Basically has that, but it's not like a base. It's like a little fort, and it has weightlifting things in it. And he's basically doing that for 10 months. And he goes home from time to time teleporting in the room because he hasn't really told his mom that he has a quirk. But his mom does know he had a quirk because he showed it off, you know. But he doesn't really have a quirk, you know. Basically, his mom knows that he can create portals and stuff. And Bakugo knows he has a quirk as well, so you know. He's just basically doing that for 10 months. And basically, in the end of it, he's like a miniature Captain America. And he doesn't have any bones showing, he's just like jacked. There's no bone, he just fucking Chris Evans ripped, bro. Because he's like, Captain America's the only person I've actually seen show off his strength. Besides Black Panther and Thor. But those guys aren't exceptions, because Black Panther, well, the only thing I've seen him do so far is stay in a car and stuff and have increased speed. Well, I've seen Captain America fucking hold a helicopter down, so that's the only place I compare him to anyway. And Thor, you know, he has an obsession because he's a god, basically. He's a god and has that strength and shit. You know, that video's coming soon, too. Video's coming soon. With a few other videos. And he's just fucking working out for those 10 months. But at the end of the 10 months, and he's going to the entrance exam, he doesn't fall in this one. Because he's more focused, and he's more confident, and he's not going to be in his head. When Nemesis is talking to him, she basically tells him a joke that she's been working on. And because she's warming up to Deku, don't worry, I'm not shipping them together, because that's fucking weird. I'm not shipping them together. Yes, I am. No, I'm not. No, I'm not lying. I'm telling you the truth. I'm not shipping them together. What am I? Oh my god. I'm shipping him and Momo together. Yeah, not Nemesis. Just shipping Momo together. Shipping him and Momo together. No, I'm shipping. I'm doing what it did in canon. I'm shipping him and Rock together. Oh, relax. I'm not going too far. Man. I'm not going too far. Shipping him and Uber Rock together. But he basically just laughs. And as they're walking into the thing, people gotta look at him like, why is that kid laughing? Because he laughs really, really hard because of the joke. And he walks in there, and he doesn't mumble because he's basically taught him not to mumble out because he does mumble, but in this time he's more talking to Nemesis in his head than talking to her. And Nemesis is just in his head, giving him tips and orders, basically. And Bakugo goes up to him and insults him, saying that he will beat you and that he can beat him. And if Deku's not paying attention, and this furious Bakugo as he just says, "Hey nerd, you hear me?" And Ida steps up and basically, says, "You guys gotta stop talking because you're distracting everyone and all this stuff." And after Ida did all that stuff about how there's the 0 point and crap, and he points out them too. He points out them too. But Deku doesn't say anything, and Ida kept scolding at them both, and he's going after Deku because Deku isn't saying anything. Because Deku is in his mind, and Bakugo is more like furious. And then when Ida tries to go after Bakugo for getting more mad and start shouting a bit more, Bakugo snaps on Ida. But yeah, he's not Bakugo snap on Ida because why not? And basically that goes by. They argue and basically they get shut up by President Mike and stuff and Zawa and shit. And basically Deku scores over Nezu. Not over Nezu, but just he's gonna get basically more than he did in canon. I'm not gonna make him too smart. Alright, let's go solo. Basically when they get out there, Deku notices a girl being, a bit nervous, and he goes to walk over to her. Ida comes up to him, and he looks at Ida, and he basically does the same thing he did in canon, but Deku just does everything he did in canon. And as they're arguing, Deku just backs off. He said, "Okay, chill," basically, and Ida backs off. And then he doesn't back off, Nemesis kind of takes over a little bit and starts assaulting Ida and calling him names. And saying stuff a bit too loud that got everyone else's attention and making Ida feel a bit mad. And basically, Ida is a bit upset and kind of walks away and sad that Nemesis said. And as Nemesis gives Deku back control, he basically fucking yells at her in his head. But not walking up to Uraraka. He basically just basically got his head down and just yelling at her and basically. And as President Mike says go, Deku caught off guard because Nemesis has a snap mind and say, "The timer went out. Go ahead, dumb kid." And basically, Deku just takes mine then, and as he's getting up to go run, he says, what's with the attitude? And she basically, "You yelled at me," and they just have an argument. And basically, Deku ends the argument by saying he's got to focus. And as basically, he just fucking activates the power stone. And fucking blitzes and fucking zooming and basically stopping time and get rid of those two robots in the beginning. Basically running off so he can get a bit of a head start. And as he runs to get his head start, he pauses time as everyone just sees the robots being obliterated, and he is wondering what just happened, and no one saw Deku run. And as everyone else is doing the thing, Deku is blitzing and destroying robots with his immense strength. And based on how fast he's moving, and the fact that he tried to do some of his portal stuff, sending robots attacks into other robots. Basically using the space stone to cut off limbs by basically picking up some robots and opening up portals, and as the robots stick their limbs through it, he closes the portals, chopping the robot's hands in half and shit. And basically opens up a big enough portal and sends it down Overhaul, sending the robot up into up higher. And as Deku closes the portal, jumps up, and charges up a bit more strength, and delivers a punch that isn't enough to create wind pressure, but is enough to obliterate the robot. And he's moving on at this day, using the reality stone, like create ice and create fire and crap. He basically just jumps back doing what Iceman does half the time. And just basically creates a mixture of the two, creating a fiery, icy hell. Basically freezes the thing after melting it to death. Yeah, as melting the thing to smithereens. And the time moves on, and this is where the big giant zero pointer comes into play. Basically, as a serious zero pointer is doing everything it did before. And so this time the Uber Rocket screams out in pain. Deku stops time for a second to go get his surroundings located. And so he unstops time and fucking charges. What's this? Huh?
Antibodies may help fight back. Help us win the fight and provide better outcome.
Oh, never mind. As he rushes over there, he activates the Power Stone, and he goes into his full-on all 6 Infinity Stones move, and he fucking charges at it. He fucking blitzes at it, going faster than all my, literally, cracking the ground and creating so much wind pressure behind him as he's losing it because someone is in danger, and he goes above the limits that Nemesis set for him. And she notices and starts to panic. And she looks at the fucking Zerg deck and notices that his heart is racing and he may not be paying attention. So after it's over, she lowers his limits down. And as soon as he jumps up to punch the zero pointer, he cracks the ground, creating a massive shockwave, sending some of the ground up. And as he's jumping up, basically his clothes have been starting to rip. He started off with his pants and stuff. And basically, he starts ripping his clothes. And basically, his arm rips completely off. Just rips it off. And as he rips it off, what the hell is this? Adam Sandler, you crazy motherfucker. Anyways, Adam Sandler, you crazy motherfucker. And he jumps up. As he punches the zero pointer, he does the full strength United States to smash because Nemesis is trying to limit him back. Because if Nemesis didn't get him under control, he was going to destroy that side of the city. Literally, that punch was going to take the buildings and use the wind pressure and knock them into the atmosphere, destroying a lot of the things, probably just taking that side of the city off. Just to limit him down, because if he threw that punch, he'd know that he's a bit stronger and he's a questioner of why his limits didn't kick in. And basically, he punches the thing. Dude, United States of Smash Strange. Not even United States of Smash Strange, just the power of 2 of 4 dude. Of 8 George Smash, screw it. And he fucking turns the thing into fucking scrap. Destroying the city, and taking the buildings off, destroying them down. Because All Might kinda recognizes this strength from his encounter with that woman years prior. And he starts to look at him just a bit and notice how the woman had some flowy bluish orange hair. She looks like Deku, and his hair is also glowing and flowing with an aura. And he starts to think. But he blows it off because it wouldn't make sense, because the time span of this wouldn't make sense. Because based on how far back he was, having a kid then would make sense, because then she'd have to cut her life of crime. But he thinks that she's a fucking villain. But she'd have to cut her life of crime, settle down, and try to cut her ways up. Because All might think that'd be a bit tough to do. Once she managed to do it, it might be a bit difficult for her because finding a dude who actually loves her, and he started to think the time standard wouldn't make up because he should be at least 3 years younger than everyone else. But he blows it off. It's the same kid he saw at the thing. And he kind of just leaves it alone a little bit. And as he's destroying it, everyone else is looking at him in shock as the buildings are being obliterated. He did so much damage that people in other areas that weren't paired up with Deku and his group start to see the damage and building debris fly. He's wondering whose quirk is that. Bakugo not really thinking it's Deku, because Deku has never thrown a punch that strong before, except when Bakugo was wrapped up in his touch drill. He starts to get a little panicked, it might be Deku, but he starts to think, no, it can't be. Because he just throws it off, and he ignores it because he refuses to think it. And as he comes crashing down, everyone sees his muscles and everything, and how the red line is going, the rainbow line is going through it. And all that strength is just going berserk. As Deku lands down, boom, he fucking creates a shockwave. And before it can hit, and one of the breeze was about to hit Uraraka, and Deku just creates a portal right where the boulder about to land, with the breeze about to land, and it appears about 6 feet away from Uraraka. Then he closes the portal, and he goes to Uraraka, picks her up. He doesn't pick her up, he just opens a portal beneath Uraraka, and she falls through it, and lands over there where... It lands up there in the teacher's lounge. No, not in the teacher's lounge. Lands over there back at the gate. Back behind the gate where the bus is. As he closes the portal, and he takes off, and he fucking turns around, deactivating his form. Since he can activate it again, because it hasn't been 5 minutes, but he can just walk away, and he just, basically he just walks away. Not walks away, but he just leaves, basically leaves, and everyone's talking about how much power is in that punch. Basically, basically 2 weeks pass, and he's doing his training again. He starts to try to learn fighting styles for those 2 weeks. He masters a little bit of it because he can have Nemesis memorize him and help him a bit, and have his power stone, mind stone, and help him memorize it a little bit. And he looks into some minds, and he notices that he can look into All Might's mind. And it's basically how he finds out about One for All. And basically everything. He looks into Bakugo's mind, knows that what he saw in All Might's mind was true. And so the rest of the week, it's starting hurting him. Not really because he's not really. He already knew what One for All was, but knew what the concept of it was, but didn't know much about it because he denied it from All Might. Yeah. Basically, everything goes by. He learns more about One for All and everything. And basically, everything goes by. Deku realizing that he needs to get rid of All Might's injury. But he's not going to do it. Because, he doesn't realize it. Nemesis does, though, but he doesn't. And Nemesis doesn't say anything. Because in her mind, she has to take him on in order to become number one. And she's going to keep him weak so she can easily take him down. I'll be back, guys. I got something I got to do. Alright, back. Basically, yeah. Moving on, after the end of 2 weeks, he gets accepted in the UA. And basically, yeah, on his way to the UA, he calls it a UA. And everyone looks at him, Bakugo looks at him. He doesn't look at him like he's afraid of him, but looks at him like he's pissed off at him. He's a bit hesitant to... He doesn't go up to him, because he's still, he hates him and thinks that Deku is worth his time. Because of what happened to him as a kid, he doesn't think he's worth his time and stuff. And basically, everything else happened, they introduce each other. The Rocket comes into class, everyone else in class. And basically, they go out there and do the quirk assessment thing. I'm gonna have patience to do everything else, though. Eventually, I will, but not now anymore. Basically, when they go to the quirk assessment test, Deku goes first because he got number 1. And this kind of pisses his Bakugo off because he didn't get number 1 because he destroyed the robots, but he didn't destroy as much. I'm not gonna have him go number 1 until like later in my what ifs, because yeah, why not? I'm gonna for the next video or so, I'm gonna have Deku be like second, and his Bakugo yells die and uses one for all, and his quirk. He sends it out to 900 meters. Why not? Because let's have him have a bit more training. 956 meters. Everyone's like, wow. And basically, as everything goes on, but this time Deku's a bit different. Because Deku has other things. So basically, he has enhanced everything because of the power stone. He has like a boost because of everything. He has a double strength. He has a boost in all of his stats anyway without having to activate the power stone. Basically, effects of the stones and him being the basically vessel of them, they basically give him boosts and things. The mind stones, it basically, he's a bit smarter. And when he activates the ability, he can telepathically do stuff. He doesn't do that yet. And the reality stone doesn't give him much. Doesn't give him anything, actually. And the space stone doesn't give him anything. Time stone doesn't give him anything. They actually give him something. Time stone and reality stone, they have something to do with healing wise. The reality stone, basically, and the time stone can heal him by reversing his wounds and stuff. And that doesn't make too much sense to me, It's just the mind stone and the power stone that gives him a boost and something. And then basically, the entire thing he's about to do, he's going up to 500 push-ups, and they basically tell him to stop. Don't tell him to stop. He's going to do push-ups, and everyone's watching him as he's literally about to do he's done 1 million push-ups, and it's always just seeing how far this kid's gonna go. And as he's literally about to reach 2 million push-ups, and basically how fast he's moving with the thing. And I always tells him to stop because he knows he'd basically be there about a few hours. And he basically stops. He gets number 1 and everything. And then, in a speed test, he fucking pushes the power stone and fucking blitzes it. Boom, the button blitzes, ripping a bit of his pants. Not ripping his pants because he's not going that much power. He fucking blitzes it. Fucking beating Ida by a literal. He beating Ida by like 6 seconds. Like 0.0.00. 0.0.0201. Yeah. 0.0.0. Fucking just got a 1. There's 0.0.01. Jesus. I don't think I said it right because I fucking got focused. Beating Ida, destroying the grip test, destroying everything, and then he can fly. He just flies over the thing. He just literally levitates in the air and fucking flies over it. Fucking flies over again at number 1. Then when it comes to the ball throw, Bakugo was already pissed off because of these new abilities Deku have shown to have. He's just pissed off. Deku's turn to go, and he has the ball in his hand. He thinks of one thing: being the number 1 hero. And Nemesis and just observing him is one for that. She basically wants to be number 1 too, but in a different way than Deku does. But she hasn't told him that. As he throws his arm back, a purple glow goes over it, but for a second, as a white line goes over to Deku's arm, and a white glow starts to flare over the purple one before they mix together. And All Might seeing this, the white glow. White and bluish, because why not? And because Nemesis has been getting bit stronger, and All Might seeing this, the bluish and thing, and how Deku's hair just changed colors, he looks at him and starts to think, no way. And he curls his arm back into a football, baseball stance, and he fucking throws back. And when he throws the ball, the amount of force we put in there through Nemesis and the Power Stone. He doesn't shatter his arm. He's basically a god now anyway. He's like a Nemesis giving him more power. And he throws the ball, and he fucking breaks the sound barrier. And massive shockwaves pushes everyone back. And since Izuku flying, because he was more closer, well, a few feet closer, since everyone flying, it breaks the ground, spinning it up. Basically breaks the ground, and basically putting a small crater where Deku is. And there's all the rocks and stuff like the ground's the crazy rocks have been flown and wind pressure just destroying a wall. And the fucking ball is gone after creating miniature vortexes of where the ball was thrown. As the ball is thrown, Nemesis doesn't want the ball to be destroyed yet. And as she protects it a little bit by using the reality stone, like healing the ball, just one and two. No, but time stone healing the ball just one time. And as the ball literally goes up to 56,000 meters. 56,000 meters, you know? I think they did Infinity with the Wendigo one, but that's my bad because Wendigos shouldn't be that strong anyway. And he goes to 56,000 meters, almost getting one before Uraraka got Infinity. Because Uraraka got Infinity, you know? Everyone was surprised by Deku's strength. And Bakugo is just like paranoid because no one has seen All Might throw something like that. But they've seen him punch like that. But Bakugo's a bit worried because of the punch, of the throw, and imagines what a punch would look like. He gets more jealous of Deku because Deku was being that quirkless loser before he immediately got his quirk. All Might seeing the yellowness, the whiteness, the white line go up Deku's arm and how his hair changed to look just like Nemesis, he starts to get a bit more and more assurance that he may be Nemesis' son, but he doesn't know who Nemesis is. He thinks that he might be that villain's son. He starts to think maybe he was born before the whole thing and was the same age as some of the kids around him. And All Might recognizes the kid he saved those years ago, but you recognize him then and there as he starts to look at his face a little bit more. And All Might reasoning that he was a kid in that alleyway where Nemesis was thrown, was hit. And All Might starts to think maybe, just maybe. No. All Might doesn't think he's buying. No, that's a bit too weird. I don't know how I'm gonna go off of that. If I do that, I might just be like shoving a freaking stick on my own ass. But you know what? What did I just say? What did I just say? Anyways, and let's fast forward just a bit. You know, seeing Captain Marvel here, I just want to assure everyone that I will not be doing a Captain Marvel thing. I'm not really into Captain Marvel because I've seen Captain Marvel, but I'm not, she doesn't inspire me that much to, make a Captain Marvel one. If Captain Marvel had the Ego Stone, when she came in contact with Infinity Stones in game, they would have fucking combusted, created the Nemesis. Perfect picture right there. Didn't have that one though. She looks like she'll kill you. I freaking envy, and I don't envy the guy. I feel sorry for the guy to try to force her to pity sex. Deadpool 2018. Anyways. and basically, All Might is just basically concerned that a villain's son and Deku might actually be a villain and betraying them. So he keeps a close eye on them. And basically, when the reporters come there, Deku was still calm because he uses the Mind Stone to look in. And he just knows it's the real TV guy. And basically, Deku does what Ida does. Because, well, no. Like, basically, everyone votes. He basically does what Ida does, but instead, he just flies over there and tells them everything. And basically, Ida became the class rep. Ida became the class rep because Deku wasn't really feeling it. because he felt like everyone just voted for him because of his strength, and they went off him because he thought he was really powerful and cool. So he just nominated Ida, and let Ida, and did what Ida did though, and making everyone, and kind of warning about Ida, where he let Ida become a class rep. And basically, let's skip to the USJ, where everyone's on the bus, and basically everything else goes over their quirks and everything. But then basically they did within canon and said that Deku's quirk is kind of similar to All Might. And this kind of catches Bakugo's eye just a bit. It kind of... No. I wasn't going to say that, but didn't. Oh. I mean, basically, Basically, they say all Deku's quirk may be similar to All Might, but seems a bit. But then they start saying, basically, they say it's a bit like All Might, and some of the people say that Deku's quirk seems, So everyone else fucking agrees with her and says that Deku's quirk seems a bit like All Might because of his strength and his speed, but it doesn't explain the portal and everything. And basically, Deku just tries to throw him off a bit. It does work just a little bit. Everyone's still like, But basically, just in canon, they get thrown off, and they just fucking thrown off. They just thrown off. But Bakugo isn't, because Bakugo starts to think just like All Might. And Bakugo starts to think maybe All Might gave him one for all behind Bakugo's back. And just to be sure of it, Bakugo activates one for all just a little bit, and it starts to hurt him a little bit. He stops it, but he knows that he still thinks he still has it. Not really, no. But Bakugo has seen the lines throughout him, and starts to think. But it doesn't explain the portal he said to himself as well. And he starts to think maybe Deku's All Might's son. Basically everything goes the same. So when they get to the place, Deku doesn't really have that too much sense. But, Nemesis being her, she kind of senses it a little bit, but doesn't throw it off because it might be part of the rescue training, which Nemesis can be confused why she has to do this, because she's going to become number one. She just have to beat up people and make people bow to her and everything. But she's just confused why they have to do it. Not confused, but just why do they have to do it? Crap. Basically confused on why they have to do it, basically. Give me a second, I'm just looking for a picture. Picture. I don't know why Captain Marvel goes up, because she doesn't have the 7th Infinity Stone. If she does, I'm going to be freaking confused. I am, because she got a power from the Tesseract, right? Imbuing her with godlike power. Or something, I don't fucking know. Hey, sucker! Basically, eventually some of the power, some of her energy, I mean, and why are we at the USJ? But while we're at the USJ, Jesus. While we're at the USJ, let's point out the fact that, what was I gonna say again? That, Nemesis let off a bit too much energy in the beginning when she had to fight with All Might. She's been letting off a lot of it. And basically when she took over, then she... no, she didn't... Yeah, no. Yeah, she basically... No. Basically, let's do that. When she uses her power is a bit... No. Yeah, let's do from the beginning, when she was in the beginning, how she was using her power. And she, hit one of the heroes with a certain ability that belonged to herself. And basically emitted some energy that got the attention of some of the Celestials, and especially the Living Tribunal. And let's cut to back where we are now. And let's cut to space, wherever the Living Tribunal started to wonder about the little surge of energy that it was given off. And it started to match a bit similar to Nemesis, but just a bit different. like a bit weak and suppressed. Jesus Christ. A bit weak and suppressed. A bit weak and suppressed, and basically he's like, maybe she's still alive. Okay, but he sets out his hunt. And basically, when Deku used her ability again, back at the whole entrance exam thing, and by the correct assessment, he made it off a little bit over energy, and he's got limited Tribunal set a bit on the right path. Let's cut back to USJ, and as villains are showing up, they are teleported. Because, Deku is, caught off guard just a bit by this. And when they're teleported and Deku lands in the water, he straight off turns to water. He straight off. Well, no. He straight off looks at one of the villains. And he just basically activates the reality stone. And as Tetsu is about to watch this because he's going after Deku, he uses the reality stone and turns the villain into bubbles. Turns the villain into bubbles. And as she watches this, she grabs Deku and gets him out of the water. She wonders about the whole little thing about turning the guy into bubbles. And she thinks he can probably turn people into something. Basically like that. I'm still gonna have to do the same thing I did like with the Wendigo theory, shit. If I can have her be the detective. When they're on the boat, Deku says he might not know what our quirks are. They basically know what they did in canon. They literally does everything they did in canon. Literally fucking everything. Except when Deku throws his little flick, he throws it 2 times stronger than he did in canon, and it creates a little fucking water tornado, and the water starts to rise up a bit. Basically pulling the boat up and the villains up, and it fucking throws them around a little bit before it goes down. Basically, as they land down and see Aizawa getting attacked and about to be killed, Deku gets up and he activates his ultimate move, which is combining all the Infinity Stones together in one unity. And he fucking charges. He charges at the Nomu. And throwing a punch. Since this punch he's about to throw, he's panicked because Aizawa might die. When he throws his punch, it's literally stronger than one of All Might's prime punches. It's stronger than a punch than All Might was in his prime. Like when I say stronger, I mean literally like one a little bit stronger than All Might prime punch. Try not to go too much because he might actually kill it because he does think it's human, When he throws the punch, he sends the Nomu flying. Because it does have shock absorption, but that punch was way stronger than what the shock absorption was made to handle. As he sends it flying, and it literally lands on the other side of the USJ. It does get back and starts charging at him, which Deku doesn't realize until he activates his time ability, and it rewinds Aizawa back as the blood and bones start to assemble back onto him. And basically, he rewinds Aizawa back to his full health. And Aizawa's like, wow. He's a bit confused, because how could Deku do that? Like, how did Deku do that? And as a Nomu jump, it fucking coming back, it punches Deku, and they go flying. And as Shigaraki says, kill him, as Nomu's coming back, the Nomu is about to try to do that. Punching Deku's back, and basically punching him, and punching him, and punching him. Punching him back, punching him back, punching him. Throwing these punches, but they're not doing too much. They aren't doing a lot, because Deku is just caught off guard by this shit. And as he's getting a bit paranoid, he stops time for a little second to get himself recuperated. And he activates his ultimate, and it moves out of the way. And as he unpauses time, he runs up to the Nomu. Before, he runs up to the Nomu, punches it, then unstops time, and the Nomu goes flying, boom. Basically, the same thing happens again. Deku's more caught on with it, activating his ability again, basically going in the head. head and fist fight with it. Because if he keeps knocking it back, he might eventually lose control of his ultimate ability. He only uses 5 minutes. If he keeps activating on and on like that, and he goes on too long, he might get cramped or something, you know. And he's punching and trading blows with it. Basically, the fight that happened with All Might versus Nobu happens recently. Because they're creating immense wind pressure with the fight. And basically, Deku is not really confused by it. Because he knows he can actually destroy this USJ. You know, Nemesis in his mind is just taking control. He's like fighting her because he knows if she takes control, she's going to throw a punch that might obliterate everything. He loses control when he gets a punch straight to the face. And Nemesis takes over. She doesn't take full control over, but his eyes turn white and his hair turns Nemesis hair color. And it's still him, except he's got different features. No, he's still Deku. He's still in his normal form. He just his eyes are turned whitish. His turned white, and his hair is the same color as Nemesis. And his white veins going off his body, and he punches the normal, sending it up in the air. And his Deku fucking flies over there, hitting it with beams out of his eyes. But this time the beams are white and not yellow. The beams are hitting it, going through the Nobu, and as he fucking flies up, going through the Nobu, so he can get the up. She can get the upper hand technically because Deku's not controlled here. He rolls his arm back, goes to the Nobu, rolls his arm back, punches Deku, boom, punching Deku, and fucking sends it flying back to the ground, boom. And then he fucking goes at it, running at it, fucking beating the shit out of it. And just catching the Nobu's punches and breaking its arm as it regenerates. Nemesis does literally this. Erases the Nobu's quirk using the reality stone. So this next punch was way too strong, and it blows the Nobu into bits. And as he's about to blow the thing in bits, All Might walks in to see Deku with the same hair color and veins and everything as Nemesis had. And All Might starts to be like, what the fuck? And as he throws the punch, blowing the Nobu into bits, creating immense wind pressure, same as his encounter with the villain girl. Or the villain woman, that he doesn't know is Nemesis yet. And basically, the Nobu was a bit stronger this one, because All For One did hear about the fight between Nemesis with the girl in All Might. So he starts to think maybe someone like that could do that much damage to a bunch of heroes and things. Maybe he can make the Nobu stronger. That's what he did. Make the Nobu stronger, you know. Doing a bit extra work to get more people's quirks to make the Nobu stronger, but you know, he did. He did Nobu stronger than this one, stronger than All Might. It would have killed All Might. All Might would have get sick. Basically, when they're trading blow, basically, All Might's like insured. He's about to go attack it because he's like getting PTSD of his encounter with, not PTSD, the flashbacks of it. As he's about to attack, Deku basically about to attack him, but not attack him, but very, 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 very confused. As he's trying to attack, All Might is basically like this is the guy he like gives quirk to, but he's potentially a villain's son. And as Nemesis gives Deku control back, and his eyes revert back to normal, his hair changes back, it starts flowing over, and his veins go away, the aura goes away. Deku did watch this from the sidelines, and he just fucking turns his foot around and walks away in complete horror. And then, not horror, but just wildness. And basically, as he's walking away, everyone's looking at Deku like, what the hell? He just killed the thing. And Shikiraki's about to get the urge to go over and kill Deku. As Nemesis is like, no. Hell to the fucking no. And before Shiraki can go, Nemesis erases his quirk. But no, not this. Erases his quirk. And now Shigaraki is quirkless. He doesn't have his quirk, but he doesn't know that yet until he goes after his next victim. And basically, Shigaraki is quirkless. Basically, Basically, everything goes on, but All Might is Deku's called it off about his brutality to the Nomu and why he killed it. And basically, Ego tells him not fucking Nemesis tell them that the Nomu wasn't human to begin with, and that it was the only way he'd stop it because the thing seemed as strong as All Might. Everyone is looking at Deku and they look at All Might and be like, if the thing was as strong as All Might and he killed it, does that mean he's stronger than All Might? And then he's like, yeah. Why the not? Yeah. Yeah. You know what? Yeah. And basically, yeah. After all that happens, he goes home and school is out, All Might is sure that Deku is like fucking the female villain's son. Then he starts mentioning this to the heroes and everyone else in the room, and he'd be like, if he is the son, then they need proof. So they're trying their best to get proof. And once they get proof, they're gonna kick Deku out of the school. What the hell is this dude doing?
Mommy? What the hell are you doing, Chucky?
Anyway, yeah. But basically, they need proof, and basically, the heroes are out to get proof, and Bakugo's confused, and he goes up to All Might and says, does Deku have one for all? And All Might tells him no. Deku turns it down, and then Bakugo says, why the hell would that nerd refuse it? And they have basically, yeah. And basically, the fucking tournament is coming up. They're gonna have their fight against the big three. Because I feel, apparently, they're gonna have the fight with the big three because, I think it came before the first sports festival. I think. I'm not totally sure. But I'm gonna go off with it. I think I know. Basically, put the big three. And basically, when they're out to go fight Muriel, I'll be back. I'll be back. Hey, Mom, there's someone at the door waiting for you. Who are you? There's groceries at the front door, Mom. Alright, thank you. I'll be right back. Alright, guys, it scares. I'm back. Alright. Once I learn how to edit, you guys won't have to go to that little stop little thing. Yeah, so, yeah. In order to get your attention, I had to put the power of the 7 Infinity Stones. Because, why not? Anyways, the whole sports tournament thing is coming up. And Todoroki is just fucking immense with... Since Deku shut off more and more of his strength, Todoroki is becoming sure and more sure of that Deku, and what everyone else is saying, that Deku might be All Might's son, Because, and he's gonna confront them at the sports festival, but not now. And basically, everything happens in the sports festival, except when, basically everything happens in the sports festival, but at the beginning of the sports festival, no, it's a fight between the big three. Except, a fight between Muriel. When they go to fight Muriel, and Muriel starts phasing, Deku literally fucking is not amused. Give me a second. I got hell to pay. And basically when Deku sees Muriel fades, see how he gets to make what? I'm gonna get killed. Anyway, how do I get this thing open? Like I was gonna say, when Deku sees Muriel phase, he's unfazed by it. Get it? Anyway, he's unfazed because he can phase himself. He just hasn't showed off that ability. He has showed it off, but no one really saw that because no one really saw it because what the hell is this on top of this cake? Weird, but okay. No one saw it because no one saw it because he was moving incredibly fast. When he was getting his fight in Nomu, they was zooming around the USJ like fucking crazy. Anyway, no one really knows he can phase because they were just moving around extremely fast. And Todoroki, why I say Todoroki? You know what? I'm sorry, I'm eating cake and I can't really stop it. Anyway, he knows he can phase and stuff like that. When Muriel phases and goes on the ground, Deku accesses the Mind Stone, and the yellowish aura goes around him, but the veins don't go in him, because he's not really using that type of ability. Not really a strength ability, it's more of a mind ability. But his eyes do turn yellow, and his hair starts waving around. And as he locates where Muriel is, because by reading Muriel's mind and looking through Muriel's eyes. Looking through Muriel's eyes. And looks to see where Muriel is. He activates the Power Stone and fucking zooms after him. Like, boom! Goes after him. Goes after him and basically, goes after him. And as Muriel's popping up, Deku, nullifies his quirk Eraserhead does. Because Deku knows that if he goes up to this guy and tries to attack him like that, not really gonna work. So when he goes up to him, when he blitzes up to him, he stops time and goes up to him and get ready to do his attack. Make sure to cancel out Muriel's quirk just for a few seconds. Muriel won't know the difference anyway. As he's up to him, he unpauses time, and as Muriel knows he's a Deku, and he knows that Muriel will try to phase, he'll deactivate his quirk, and Deku goes for a punch and hits Muriel in his ribs. And the punch and sending him Muriel flying, sending him over to the other side of the thing. But it doesn't knock him out. It's not gonna be like the Wendigo thing. Everything else ends if you looking fast. And you know, Muriel was like confused why his quirk didn't work, and did that Zawa would cancel it out. And then as Muriel looks up at him, he watches as literally Deku goes Deku had been activating his quirk again. As Muriel was getting ready to go on the ground, Deku deactivated it again. As Muriel tried to go on the ground, it wasn't working. And Deku, when you're looking at Deku, as Deku's eyes were red, he starts to think that maybe he did this. Then he's about to go ready to attack him. Deku starts to have a yellowish glow, not a yellowish glow, because he didn't act like that without doing it. He just fucking phases. He goes to the ground, like goes in the ground. Then Miriam starts thinking maybe he can copy Super Quirk. Maybe he can copy Quirks, and then when he starts thinking that maybe Miriam he copied Miriam's Quirk, and Miriam starts to think he's not looking. Muriel thinks he copied his quirk, basically. And then Deku pops out of the ground, kicking Muriel in his jaw, sending him up in the air. And as, you know, Jiren did in the cannon, she's fucking covering her eyes for fucking cold. Anyway, he's covering her eyes because, you know, yeah. And as Deku was just literally opening the portal behind Muriel, sending Muriel to the goddamn sending Deku to Muriel to, you know, the thing from Kung Fu Panda, the dojo, but you know, the dojo. Basically sending Muriel there, and he waits for 6 seconds as he knows how it's gonna play out. Basically, what happens at Muriel happens. It happened at Poe and Kung Fu Panda happens to Muriel, and basically Muriel just lands in there and starts getting his ass kicked as he gets hit in the crotch. And Deku, looking through Muriel's eyes, is seeing the pain that Muriel's going through. And then at the right moment, he sends it open the portal as Muriel comes to through the portal, falling to the ground, clenching, holding his private. As the portal closes, the monks who are going up to attack Muriel for being there were like fucking confused as a naked man is getting kicked, his ass kicked, and then they saw a portal open up. And as the portal opens up, he's fucking in the ground, laying fucking in a ball, holding his crotch, very in pain. As the portal closes, Deku goes to Muriel, cancel and not allowing him to use his quirk again because he knew Muriel wouldn't pay attention. No, didn't know he misled Muriel to use his quirk again, and he just goes over and hits Muriel right in his face. Muriel trying to phase it, try to go to the floor again, but when he does go to the floor, it's not enough because Deku has already hit his face, sending him farther into the ground. Unless Muriel comes out of it unconscious, and Deku is the victor. Did not really get into attack anyone. Muriel is down for the count. Deku is just him. You know, fucking standing up to like fucking Moby Dick's killer. And after that, and everyone looks at Deku just to call him the big three. And seeing how Deku was phased just like Muriel did, there's an ask him if he has a copy quirk, which Bakugo would start to think of, but then realizing that he can't copy All Might's quirk because All Might doesn't have a quirk, and All Might doesn't have a quirk, and he's quirkless and knows about All for One. And how would he copy unless he had All for One? And One for All, my bad. Anyways, what All Might hears that Muriel was beaten by Deku. He isn't really surprised that much because if he's the villain's son, then he's got nothing else to do. You know. And he comes down for the sports festival. They're getting ready to do all their thing. You know, Todoroki comes up to Deku and says that he's gonna beat him, and Deku and Bakugo do the same shit. And basically, take. Any fucking way. All right. All right, guys. I'm eating cake. And the rest of the commence. As Todoroki fucking freezes everyone in place, Deku fucking borrows a bit of past times where Endeavor's launched his fire attacks, which last time Deku knows is when Deku was fighting Endeavor. And basically, it changes the past just a tiny bit, because some of the fire is put in Deku's palm, and it makes the attack they went back and Endeavor a bit weaker, causing less damage to him. But they come back to the future, where Deku just launches that same attack at his feet, and burning the ice, melting ice, causing a bit of burns over to the people around him. And then Deku's that is gone. Deku just fucking teleports to the goddamn finish line. Yeah, and the thing at the people who snooping around with their competition for the sports festival, yeah, Deku, paused time and left out of there, leaving. And this time, no one knowing what happened to him because he just disappeared. And then, then they got back here when he teleports to the finish line, and he just teleports to the finish line, winning. Basically saying, "All right, I'm at the finish line. What do I do now?" Basically saying, "Alright, I'm here. What do I do now?" And man, they look over and see Deku at the fucking finish line, and they say, "And Izuku Midoriya has finished first place." And that's that. And that's that. And that's that, And that's that. I'm not fucking that. Dude, if you want that, and everyone else is catching up. And everything goes out and goes by and everyone's caught up, here comes a cavalry battle. Where basically, what the fuck is that? Oh, basically everything else happens in canon, except Deku fucking creates a fucking barrier. Basically, he does this. He bends time, even in reality, and he changes the reality around him to look like basically a desert with a bunch of death, harsh trash. No, that's not to do that. He uses the reality stone and basically he tears everyone. He has his team. Everyone looks at him with dead eyes and shit. I forgot to mention that. And he got his team, and he uses the reality stone and makes them invisible and creates a fake team. And as they're going up against each other, everyone, as the fake team is running around doing what they gotta do, and everyone else is chasing them. Look, my bad, guys. I gotta do Sorry guys, I'm gonna be gone for a little bit more. If I knew how to edit, I'd edit these parts up, but my bad. My bad. Alright guys, I'm back. I'm just gonna get me some few items. I got me a few items. I got me some bread that looks like it's covered in frosting. And if it is, I'm gonna eat it. It's wrapped like a Christmas present, so if it's got frosting all over it, I'm gonna eat it. I got some weird salted garlic bread that I'm gonna eat. Where was I? Oh, no. Where's my stone? Deku uses the reality stone like Ganos did in Megan Fade War. He uses the power of the reality stone to be fact. Uses the power and makes his team invisible. Picks up a fake team. I mean, he does everything it did in canon, except when Todoroki gets the headband, Deku speaks, but it's not Deku. Reality can be whatever one soul can imagine. And everyone else hears this and looks at Deku. As Deku's talking, Deku's mouth isn't moving. And sometimes reality can be like impossible, whatever. And then Deku's team vanishes. It vanishes, and then the headband that Todoroki got vanishes. He just looks at it like, huh? What the hell? And everyone else looks at it too. And then they just see Deku. They didn't see Deku appear out of nowhere with his team, and they're all surprised about how fact that he made them invisible, made a fake team. And they see I still got his. So they still have Deku still has his headband, his 10 million headband. And he basically says, reality can be whatever. Reality can be what any of a mind of imagine. Reality can be what any of a mind of imaginary. No, that makes sense. Reality can be with anything of a mind who has imagination to create. So he says, reality can be shifted into the way of anyone who has the right imagination. And as he says this, Todoroki's team goes after Deku, and so does Bakugo's team. But as they do this, they get hit with the reality check. Deku fucking stops time. He opens one big giant portal above them. He does the same thing he did again. So he turns his team. He basically creates a giant tank. And as they land on it, no. As they go after him, Deku just do what they did in canon. Again, they basically activate the jet booster. They just activate the jet booster and just shoot up in the air. Again, Deku creates a wall. A big giant wall made of cement. And they Bakugo and Todoroki. Bakugo crashes in it because he's like zooming towards him. He's got another thing. He crashes in it and as he's falling down, his team catches him, like this. This time, they manage to evade him because they're all ready and prepared. They don't create a big giant box and shot him go to and forcing them to get out of it. Time runs out as Deku is like, on the other side of the thing while everyone else is looking at him. Like, this kid made his team invisible and created walls and stuff. Actually, let's add another student in Class 1B. Someone like Deku. Someone like Doctor Strange in Class. Someone with powers similar to Doctor Strange. They have a quirk like Doctor Strange. It is going to be a quirk. I'm not going to have like Doctor Strange in here. It's basically someone who has a quirk like Doctor Strange and they know how to use it well. The reason they got out is because the same way everyone else got out. Because some asshole going around hypnotizing people. Brainwashing people. And so they win with 10 million points. And everything. This time Todoroki doesn't question Deku. Because Deku isn't going to be where he is. He's going to teleport where he needs to go. Why not? And basically, we get to the fighting thing where it's... This time, it is going to go like it did in canon. But this time when he goes against the mind control guy, he just fucking sends... He just fucking stops time and fucking no. He does what he did to him. Instead of answering, the Deku just his eyes glow white and yellow. He goes to yellow and everything else, and then he basically then the mind control guy turns around and then walks out of the arena. And basically that's it. That's it. That's how the round over. He walks out of the arena and says, "There you go. Deku wins." And Izuku Midoriya wins because the mind control guy who left side walks out of the ring. And as his aura goes away, basically that's it. He doesn't say anything to him because he doesn't want to say anything, because Nemesis is basically made him not say anything. Then he goes on to everything else again. By Deku versus Shoto and Bakugo versus Uraraka. Except this time, Uraraka that stands no bit of a chance because Bakugo has been training his ass off to catch up to Deku. And so as soon as this fight style happens, Bakugo sends the biggest explosion he has at her. There's no way she can dodge it. She is immediately taken out because he has nothing but hate. And the aftermath of her left there is just shocking everyone that this kid wants to be a hero. When she gets back, she gets back up though and does the same thing she did in canon, except it ends in a bit faster, about a few seconds, about 50 seconds faster because it ends about a minute faster because of the damage she took to stand. Here comes the Deku versus Shoto. He basically just Deku Shoto throws his ice wall at him, but then Deku just turns that ice into a bunch of bubbles, turns it into bubbles, and then Deku just activates the powers to activate his ultimate move, activate his power stone power, and runs at Todoroki. He pawns up his punch, and Todoroki throws another ice barrage. When he throws this punch, it's a power of 4 of the Twitch smashes, and it goes boom. And the ice thing is just obliterated, and the ice wall that Todoroki made was said no chance because the wind pressure is about to fucking destroy it, sending Todoroki almost out of the ring before Todoroki makes another panic ice wall and a bunch of other ice walls and ice walls and ice walls. basically making the ice wall so thick it was about to break. It was like on this last limb. You know, I've seen the Detroit Smash, and 4 of them, hell no. Todoroki's knocked out of the ring. You know what? So he's knocked out of the thing, and it's the Deku versus Bakugo. And Bakugo goes to do the same thing with Deku, so Deku fucking tops time and goes over there to where Bakugo is on stopping time and throwing a kick at Bakugo's face, hitting him, sending Bakugo out of the. No, Bakugo dodges it. I want to fight the last bit longer. You know, he dodges it. Basically, the fight goes with Todoroki. It's basically a fight similar to Todoroki's and Bakugo's happens between Bakugo and Deku. Because Deku going easy on him, and he just fucking loses his cool. And Bakugo throws the biggest explosion he can make with One For All and his quirk mind. But then Deku just fucking creates a little vacuum, sucks all of the aftermath up, and then throws it back out. Throws it back at him, and Bakugo cannot dodge that, and he hits him, nearly sending him out of the ring before he gets back up. And fucking, you know what? No, it's out. He's out for the count. He's out for the count. Yeah, he gets back up. No, he gets back up. He charges at Deku. Deku just getting pissed off. He's fucking just cracks the ground, using the rocks and sending them at him. And he just starts flying. He flies at fucking Bakugo. And then all of a sudden, Deku starts shooting big, thick lasers out of his eyes, hitting Bakugo. Nearly when it goes through his arm, basically. It goes through his arm as Deku screams in a bit of pain. Deku calms down a bit so he can do anything else. And then Deku moves back his fists and sends a punch worth 2 Detroit smashes. His wind pressure blows him out of the ring because he doesn't have enough strength to keep up with Deku with all this beating he's going through. He nearly blocks out before he throws another 2 big explosions, keeping him in there, and as facts wear off. Nemesis starts to take over because Deku is holding so much back. Nemesis takes over, pushing Deku in the back seat. And as Deku's eyes start to go white, and his hair starts to turn the same color as Nemesis, this time, Endeavor's there to watch this. Endeavor and All Might both look at Deku as the same similarities as him and the woman both have in common. And basically, they look at him, and their lover looks at him in terror, because Deku almost killed him those years ago. You know, because, yeah. And Todoroki has the same hate for her, because he doesn't have hate, but kind of envies her. They kind of likes, basically, when Todoroki were to meet Nemesis in person, he would actually try to get along with her very much, because, you know, he nearly killed his father, and he kind of wants Endeavor dead. Todoroki kind of wants his father dead. I'm basically seeing the similarities between him and the woman. Endeavor and All Might are starting to get a bit freaked out again. They freaked out, and they both come to the conclusion that he seems so much like her, and that Todoroki, All Might thinks that Deku is the lady's son, and Endeavor starting to catch on like All Might did in the beginning. But he doesn't turn into a Nemesis. He just stays the same. He just got this like white glow all around him, and he just fucking charges. He just fucking runs out, but faster, way faster. He's basically a blur. And when he throws this punch, Bakugo is unaware of it, and his Deku just goes through his biggest explosion. He's just unaware of it. He's unaware that Deku went through the explosion. Thought Deku dodged it, but when the explosion clears up, there's Deku going straight through it. It's not hitting him at all. Then he rolls his left arm back. And he does what All Might did in the Two Heroes movie. I haven't seen that one, but I've seen that scene. Then he basically fucking punches him, sending him out of the stadium. In the direction that Mountain Lady was. And her being her, she grew up to size. No. Her having her power, she grew up to her big size and caught Bakugo and shrunk down. And they would put Bakugo down. All Might on TV seeing how this kid's power is basically stronger than All Might, and basically he's saying that he doesn't seem to have All Might's power. He doesn't think that he is let's go back a little bit, and we'll go back a little bit. I want, for one to want Deku's quirk, basically, but he's not a quirk. Just let's go back in the fight where Bakugo rolls back his arm and throws a Detroit Smash, which does nothing, leaving his right arm broken. And everyone watches as his arm is broken. And he does the same. Basically, he only has one arm to play with now. And basically, all from looking at Deku, knowing that throwing a punch like that should break him, saying that he can't be the one for all user, you know. He can't be one for all user. Yeah. Basically, he wants Deku because he wants Bakugo because Bakugo seems more like a person that joined the League videos. Not knowing that Bakugo is one for all yet. He's obsessed with Deku about his power and wants his quirk. You know, then a fast forward when he gets thrown on the stadium and Deku is not the clown the winner because, like I said, there are extra people in this one. And it's now, basically they say that Deku is going off to the semi-finals. And Deku is going up against, you know what I'm talking about, the Doctor Strange looking dude, Doctor Strange power dude. When they get out there, they have the same fight as they did on Titan. As Thanos and Doctor Strange did as Titan. Everyone watching this clash. Basically superpowered people. And basically they do everything. Like he splits into 5 people, like 500 people, to pin Deku down. But then he does that reality thing and turns it back into one. Basically he reveals his fist back with Detroit Smashes and shit. He's throwing up shields and ores and shit. Basically, it all ends when Deku gets fucking pissed and fucking throws a punch. Not a punch, but he creates basically a wormhole and fucking blasts him with attack similar to No, he doesn't. No. He throws one that he did in Infinity War, where it basically all the energy combined, and he threw it on accident because he was trying to use his basically. Use a Power Stone ability that he used previously before in the battle between Bakugo. But no, he didn't. He ended up launching a combination of all of them because he had to go into that form. He had to combine them all in the first place. And basically, he used it all thanks to that with Nemesis because he wanted him to learn that ability. But she basically learned it herself by doing it in her head. Just launching that attack, hitting him, breaking through one of his shields, hitting him, sending him backwards into the stand. And back there into the stand. This attack was so freaking powerful. All for one's thirst or his quirk is getting stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger. Basically, the fight ends with Deku the victor, and Deku just powers down, and he wins. You know, everything goes by. Then we cut to the training camp arc. Yeah, and we cut to like. We all know how it's gonna go. Except Deku, and now it's all the mud beasts. Because he's Deku. And, why does young Adam Sandler look like he's got something, like a dent in his forehead? And why does 2020 Adam Sandler look like he'll kidnap his 1980s stunt double? Or 1980s version? Let's cut. And basically, he just scores about all the mud beasts, making it there. This time, he doesn't get punched. He doesn't get punched in the nuts by Koda. And, yeah, because he does get punched in the nuts by Koda. And basically, skip. And this time, everything goes the same. Except for the training, though, because all Deku does is goes to his mind escape and trains with Nemesis. Because she fucking kicks his ass every single time, but he does learn everything, too. He basically what he does is that he just sits down there and gets into a meditating position and just closes his eyes. Nothing else happens. Basically, he just fights Nemesis. All the shockwaves and things are just only happening in his head. Because that power he explained at the sports festival with where Nemesis taking over is getting the attention of the living Tribunal. He's getting closer and closer to the solar system. No, not the solar system, but the Milky Way. He's getting close to the Milky Way because he's been searching for a while, thinking that she's still alive. You know? And basically, you know how this is gonna end. Everything ends when when villains attack, and basically when the wild pussy cats, right? Was that the name? The pussy wild cats? I don't fucking know. Because when they go looking for Coda, Deku knows where Coda is because he sent us where his mindscape is. Because he didn't follow Coda then. His nemesis convinced him if the kid's just gonna punch in the balls, he doesn't want to be bothered by anyone. But he just looks for him with using the Mind Stone, and he just goes to Coda by teleporting him. He's early this time because Coda is not gonna be able to get attacked. Coda is, he's a bit more earlier. So basically, Coda isn't gonna be up to get muscular because Deku's gonna get there earlier. Like real earlier. Teleports there, tries to get Coda to lead, but Coda's just cursing him. He tries to get Coda to lead, but basically, he tries to teleport Coda, but Coda hits him in the nuts again before he can even open the portal, and he's already on the ground for a few seconds. Nemesis wants to hit Coda and throw him up in the atmosphere, but Deku's not allowing her. Because Nemesis is like an anger side of anger, like I think it's rage or hate or something. That's what Nemesis is. And throughout the entire time of Deku being at UA, they have at least counted Nemesis' anger side a few times. Let's add that in there. Sometimes they've angered him a bit, but he's let out his anger side just a bit, and they've seen it sometimes. He wants to do that, but Nemesis he's not letting Nemesis do it. Bro, this is not a piece of bread. This is a giant donut. If you could see what I'm looking at right now, you would just... This is not a donut. This is a giant... This is not a piece of bread. This is a donut. In fact, I'm going to show it. This is what I'm holding in my hand right now. This is what I'm holding in my hand right now. It's a giant fucking donut. It's a giant donut. It's a giant donut. It's a giant fucking donut. Anyways, I'm about to open this shit anyway. Just do this on my goddamn bed. I do this on my bed all the time. I'm gonna get tired of this shit when I'm alone anyway. Alright, this thing clearly doesn't want to be open. I'll open it later. I got what if to do. Anyway, then Muscular shows up after Deku is hitting the nuts 2 more times. Then Muscular shows up. And he watches as Deku is on the ground holding his balls. And he looks up at Muscular. Give me a second. I gotta go through some excruciating pain first. Basically, what was it saying again? Yeah, basically, Muscular is just looking at Nemesis uses the time stone to heal Deku, basically rewind Deku's pain back, And he just gets up, ready to fight. Muscular's ready to fight. He's been ready to fight. And Muscular's trying to punch. Deku just goes into his fucking ultimate mode, catches the fucking punch, and crushes Muscular's fist. And basically destroys his entire arm with that little blast. His little rainbow blast. He launches it out of his hand, fucking killing Muscular's, fucking ripping Muscular's arm off. Basically blasting it off. And he screams his pain. Deku pulls his arm back. And basically, the damage that Deku did to Muscular and Canon with the whole Delaware Detroit smash. Think of 3 of those damn things going in one punch. He goes up to him, goes to the Muscular, and does that. And Muscular is dead. He kills Muscular. No, he doesn't rip. He doesn't cut off his arm. He doesn't blow up his arm. He just catches the punch, crushes his hand, and basically does what he did what I just said. And he throws the dude back and sends him flying into a freaking thing. But instead of going into the thing like he did in Canon, he goes deeper inside of the hillside, and his rocks start to collide inside him because of the shock. And basically, he grabs Coda and teleports away. He hoping that Coda wouldn't try to hit him in the dick again. Teleporting to Izawa, gives him his Izawa, teleports away. Yeah. So just basically dealing with everyone. But no, after he teleports Coda to Zawa, teleports to Zawa and gives Coda to him. Deku flies off. I don't want him to teleport too much. I don't want to use that ability too much. Basically flies off. And basically he just flies off and does his thing. Does his thing, helping everyone. Except when he comes to the Dark Shadow guy, he just creates a giant fire barrage and fucking sends Dark Shadow back in, and basically creating a torch and sitting it right next to him. And basically he just flies off, defeating Moonfish, whatever his name is. Defeating everyone. When he comes up to Toga, she hasn't cut Ubaraka yet. He has cut Ubaraka yet, but Deku comes out of it. No, not gonna mess with that one. Yeah. Basically skips ahead when they do the whole thing, the whole Mr. Compressed thing. And they're doing that entire thing, so Deku is flying all these guys over here. And basically he does everything, and he catches the eye of Toga, and Toga wants to stab his ass and everything. But Deku doesn't leave the guy who's gonna kidnap Bako unscathed. Because Deku just launches this one attack. This one attack who's about to get him noticed by the real Tribunal. His entire arm turns white, and the veins just fucking bright. And he sends an attack right at Mr. Compress's face. And once on the other side of the portal, there's just a big explosion as Bakugo is thrown over to the other place. And Mr. Compress is badly wounded, and everyone else is infected. And basically everyone else has been afflicted by it. As his arm goes back, and that attack was just enough power to get noticed by the Living Tribunal, and he's heading faster towards the Milky Way Galaxy. And now he basically has a little bit of a tractor, basically on where he needs to go. Anyway, as everything goes by, 2 weeks go by, and as we're going up to the whole thing, as everyone's getting ready to go, Deku was more prepared, because he's like, he knows a fight's going to have to pursue, and Nemesis tells Deku that if she has to, she'll take over again. Anyway, like, going full Nemesis mode is what got the Living Tribunals noticed, because he wasn't really looking out for energy signatures. Like, he noticed, like, the little thing, like, a little bit of the power that Deku uses of Nemesis. But it doesn't really catch his eye. But when he goes full Nemesis mode, it's going to get hit Living Tribunal's eye really bad. And basically, he just jump skip ahead. Basically, they're doing their thing when they're going to rescue Bakugo. And they do the same thing they did in canon. Except once everyone's safe, Deku disappears from the crowd. Because as Deku basically disappears after everyone's safe. They look for him, and they move to the city. They basically, once they get in the city and they see the fight between All For One and All Might about to ensue, he basically disappears. Because Nemesis wants a piece of All For One. So she basically stops time, teleports away, before anyone can notice anything, and then basically when everyone tries to, then Deku just basically disappears, but no one notices. Except Bakugo notices. Looks over at Deku's gone, and he says, "Where's Deku?" And everyone else is just dumbfounded, because Deku is like not in the middle of fact. They're just basically confused. Because Deku is like he's up in the atmosphere, up in the sky, way above the fight. No one knows he's there yet. He's sitting up there, and Deku's asking Nemesis why we're up here, and she basically says she wants a piece of One For All. I mean, not One For All, but All For One. And she says she's gonna take control down. And basically, been a few years now, she's gotten stronger, and Deku can now basically be kicked in him. Basically, Deku is now aware of what happens when. Basically, back when he was a kid, Deku could only see whiteness in a floating space. But now he's basically like he is when she takes control of his body. He gets put in passenger mode. She can see what she does. Basically, she goes into full Nemesis mode. She turns into female Thanos. Just not what I'm looking for. Is Gamora gonna be a dude and is Peter Quill gonna be a woman? I'd pay to see that movie. I'd pay to see the movie where everyone else's genders is fucking swapped. Yeah, I'd pay to see that. This is what basically is she turns into. She now has a bigger, better form. She now looks like that picture. Deku turns into Nemesis. Then out of goddamn nowhere, All for One is way stronger than All Might, because All for One wants her quirk, wants the Nemesis quirk, and basically he's been building more prepared, going places. He's been leaving the country a little bit so he can get more quirks and return back to Japan. And out of goddamn nowhere, Nemesis shows up. Basically out of fucking nowhere. Basically, as a fight ensues, All Might is about to be killed because All Might is way weaker than him because he's not the same strength as because All for One is not the same strength because he wasn't canon. He's like fucking 50 times stronger, and basically he tells All Might that he only stacked up his many quirks of desperation so he can fight that lady. He wants her quirk. He wants a quirk. And then All Might says, it should be easy, right? Then she's villain. Anyways, basically, before anything else can say anything, basically, Nemesis shows up behind All for One, and All Might sees her, and when he's about to say, no, there's one time, before he can tell All Might why he was this strong, Nemesis shows up behind him, but All Might's about to say that, look, your reinforcements have arrived, and All Might in his head, he thinks he's about to die, because how powerful this woman was when he first met. Before he can say anything or think anything, Nemesis fucking pounds All for One in the back of the head, sending his ass flying to the ground. Boom! And as just fucking tumbling, and as he rolls around, he gets his footing again. Then he looks over to see who dared to hit him. Then he sees Nemesis, or not Nemesis, because they don't know who the fuck she is. But they just see a woman, and her eyes are white, and her hair the same color. And All Might thinks, so it could be. So is it true? So basically, So basically, all Might is like same hair, same glow. These two have to be related. And before he's about to like try and get up and attack Nemesis, or not attack Nemesis, but All for One about to get up and attack Nemesis. And even as he's going to attack Nemesis, Nemesis just fucking blocks. Just fucking vanishes and appears behind him and fucking punches him in the back of the head. This time, All for One is way stronger, so he can handle this. He's getting tossed around and tossed around. Basically, they just go on an all-out clash. Boom, boom. Boom to him, yeah. They just go up and they fucking collide, and they fucking throw punches back and forth, creating shockwaves that All Might can handle. And All Might is already in his little small All Might form. And basically, they just fight. She's going easy because she likes how this battle is going. She's having fun. Fun after being trapped in a 12-year-old, 14-year-old boy's body for the past, 14 years? For the past 10 years, because she's got out when it was 4, right? Yeah. He fucking punches and punches and punches. As Deku is in the background, he presses her. He says that he's not. Basically, this one All for One gets annoyed saying how they're the same strength. And he says, the reason I tried to take your quirk, and now you put up too much of a fight, and you're barely worn out. I try to take your quirk, you just dodge it and attack. It's just, why are you so bad for it? This way he just says what I just said. I think you heard me, right? This is the reason that I stacked up this much quirks, so that I could overpower you. Then he just fucking buffs up. He's way worse than he was in canon, because he deployed all the quirks he had throughout his entire body, spreading them evenly, turning him into a monster. And he's gonna look like this. Boom, boom. I should stop beatboxing because no one ever thinks I know how to do it. He turns into Thanos. Turns into penis chin Thanos. I mean, ball chin. He turns into testicle chin Thanos. Turns not to turn into Thanos. Turns into an image looking like Thanos. But he looks like All For One's arm. He basically the skin tone is All For One's arm from the movie. From the main cartoon, I mean, my bad. Where's the picture I just had? Beak. Before anything else can happen, she says now he's like way stronger, and then he just fucking punches her, sending her down. Basically, he just fucking run. They just fucking try to collide again. But basically, she can't withstand him this time. He pushes her back and throws a punch. Then another, basically throws one punch and fucking sends her flying down where All Might is gonna be. And All Might's gonna try to get up after she gets pounded to the ground and basically gets dragged across the ground, making a little crater. Basically making little craters where she's going. And she basically almost hits All Might, but All Might jumped out of the way. And as she lands where All Might would have been, the hit basically goes where All Might would have been and lands into the back wall. She gets up, and All Might is just looking at her and he turns over and he's trying to get ready to fight. Because apparently she doesn't seem to want to attack All Might. And he doesn't really care right now because if she's only focused on All For One, then she thinks she might be a threat. And he's in his head thinking that she's only probably attacking right now and coming out again. It's for Izuku. She probably thinks that this guy, in his head, he's probably thinking that she's only out again so that she can try and get rid of some threats that might affect her master plan to get Izuku to turn on everyone else, so he can attack everyone. And basically, he's gonna work together with her, but at the end of the fight, he's gonna go and attack her. But he's gonna work too much, because basically, as she gets up, and she she gets up, and she fucking launches at All For One again, but this time when they go to collide, he's not playing around, and Izuku's not playing around either. He's starting to fight her control a little bit. And she, in her head, she's like, what are you doing? And Deku's trying to help you. They're not trying to help you. They're trying to get us out of here. We're going to die here. And basically, no, we're not, kid. She's only holding back. Ow! He's like, ow! Basically, anyways, what the fuck did I just say? Anyway, as she's just saying that she's holding back, he's like, what? And basically, she just said she's gonna go out in three, go all out in 3, 2, 1, and then the next punch he throws fucking sent All For One fucking flying into the ground, creating a crater. He gets up back from this because he's got a lot more strength than this. He's holding back again. He only loses like 50% in his ultimate power, and he just fucking blasts whole 100 as she realizes she's going all as well. Then they basically go to collide again. This time, the lady, they don't know. Nemesis yet. No, let's cut back a little bit. Yeah. But let's get back to where we were. Basically, before anything can do anything, All Might is in there throwing a punch at All For One's face at the best strength he can go. Not saying I'm not doing anything. All For One going to attack All Might. The side of Deku is panicking. But he's about to break. He's about to try and get control. Before she can do anything, Nemesis goes to attack, goes in for a whole out attack. Because if she lets Izuku get out now, this little thing at UA might go berserk. So she grows up and punches All For One in the chest. sitting on my back, keeping him in a good safe quarters, and then they start changing blows again, and again, and again, and again. Basically, they're basically going easy on each other. Basically, not really. But now they just give up and they go all out. But then before, then Nemesis is throwing back because, well, basically, she is holding back. He goes too much. She can destroy the planet on accident. You know? So she blasts up her power just a bit more. Because all four of the blasts his power a bit more. He's, like, way stronger, you know? And basically, she just gives up. Not gives up. She's about to give up. She's fucking in the world. And she says this out loud. No, she says it in her mind, which Deku hears. And basically, he just encourages her to fight more. Basically, she said, all the time she's only been using her power. And she uses, no. She's only been using her power and a little bit of the stone. Because she uses too much of the stones, her power is going to bind with him. And then Deku will be able to use Nemesis abilities. She's been trying to deny this. Try not to have this all happen because it might be a bit too dangerous, and because if this happened so early on, Living Tribunal would have tracked Deku down a lot sooner. But the Living Tribunal is on his fucking way, and she basically says screw it, and she fucking activates the power of the stones. And you see another glare of energy. Her hair is added with a few extra colors, fucking rainbow colors all in her hair, and her eyes get imbued with it, and everything turns to a cosmic rainbow color. Basically, she's just fucking stronger. And All Might looking at her and realizes Izuku has the same mode. And then it's cooked in his head that it's 100%. And Endeavor also was seeing this. He's like, it's almost like that kid at the First Blood Festival. And it clicks in his head as well. And he looks at the hair and everything. And the eyes and everything. And as she's getting ready to, and she just fucking runs. It's like living a crater and fucking hitting one for one. Basically destroying his defenses and fucking obliterating him. Basically just, doing the same thing that Deku did. And creating a bunch of rocks and throwing it at him. Grabbing a fucking bunch of rocks and throwing it at him. And basically hitting him, and she basically does what Izuku does. Basically fucking flying at him, creating massive wormholes and shit, using portals to try and use punches against him. And she basically doing what Izuku does. Cause that's basically what she's been helping Izuku learn how to do. And she's basically learning how to do it herself. And as everyone else is just clicking this in their mind. And like she's doing everything Izuku does. Basically, everyone in Class 1A, everyone who knows Izuku, everyone at UA, most of the people at UA, everyone in Class 1A has this clicked in their head. These two have to be related. Then everyone in Class 1A, everyone thinks that Izuku is related to this lady. And this lady is only a few people know that this lady fought All Might, and it's the heroes, and heroes know this. Izawa didn't do anything because Izawa didn't want to get killed because he couldn't do anything. If she can fucking one shot fucking everyone, hell no. And Izawa doesn't know too much, but he knows a lot. And she basically charges, kicking the shit out of him, and she's basically fucking throwing a punch that sends him back into the ground, breaking his bones, breaking his ribcage. The bone that's in breaking his ribcage. Breaking his ribcage, and then basically, charging down and delivering a punch. Boom, boom, basically punching him. Then he just gets throws a punch, but she blocks it without any effects, and she kicks him in the fucking face. Boom, 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 boom. Then he throws a sucker punch through her side. Then he throws a hook cage, like a hook punch, and it doesn't send her fly, but gives him enough time to get her off of him. Basically, and she basically does what Izuku did at the sports festival. launching one of that energy attack at him. This time it's a bit stronger because her power is mixed in it. And the living tribunal is on his fucking way. He's entered the solar system. And no one is attacking this except the international space station who focused on trying to prevent another one of those things that happened 14 years ago. Basically, throwing that attack is basically throwing off flags in everyone in Class 1's head and all the heroes. You know, not in all the heroes, because all the heroes don't know anything about Deku that much. But everyone in Class 1A is just getting ticked off about this. And basically, when she just basically, you know, fucking picks up a bunch of things and turns them into other things, and has bubbles start to appear out of some of the things she did is erasing. It clicks in Tootsie's place, that Tootsie's mind in it as well, even more than it already did. And Nemesis is throwing them. This is when it gets fucking scary. So the living tribunal is literally on the living on the planet, and she's about to go up and fucking end All for One. All Might is gonna let her do this because you know he can't do it, and she's about to end All for One. Living Tribunal comes out of fucking nowhere and fucking hits Nemesis with a blast that is literally hits her with the blast that sends her far backwards. And everyone just looks over and sees the Living Tribunal. And he just says, and basically he doesn't say shit. He just goes in. He fucking goes in. He just fucking goes in. He starts pounding on Nemesis. And some of the heroes try to stop him. They think he's also a villain who's trying to help All for One. And All for One has been a bit thanked by this. Because if he didn't show up, he probably was about to die. Which he was. And all the heroes try to get him off of her. And she's trying to block. And basically when they start to try to get her off, get him off of her, she throws a sucker punch to his jaw. To his jaw. Sending him flying, because he's going, not flying, but just punching him backwards. He's going, trying not to do too much juice, not to destroy the planet either. But the power that she was using sends him fucking flying backwards. Basically sending, Listen, when she throws this punch again, she sends him flying up. And then all for One catches him and tries to gets him on his feet and tells him if he's alright. And then basically All for One says, and Living Tribunal says, yes. But Living Tribunal looking at him, he looks kind of evil. Well, not evil, but it's scary looking. But if he's like this friendly, he might be a good guy and can be deceiving. And he just reels his arm back and he just fucking, him and all for One just go in. And as Nemesis is getting up to try and attack, she creates two portals that lead the same way that her little attack always does. And it hits both of them in the back. And she creates another big portal, sending these two face first into the ground, back on the opposite direction, closing the portals and charging up and sprinting at her, and then jumping at him. And she's about to fucking throw a punch. She is attacked by one of fucking Living Tribunal's attacks. She blocks it though, but it sends her back. And she fucking does a flip and catches herself. You know, boom, she catches herself. And then she throws a punch. She gets ready to throw a punch that could literally kill everyone here. She says screw it basically, and she fucking charges up. And here's a I'm on.
Additionally, again,
my bad, guys.
Better things.
I understand, Mama Clara.
When you create synergies, you solve problems.
I understand, Mama Clara.
But that is what happens when I go to the bathroom and leave you in charge of the French fries.
Well, give me another chance. Give your Uncle Bob another chance.
Bob, you're no uncle and I'm no mom. Keep names are company policy, that's all. Just feel good stuff so they can pay you less.
But we're a family. Look around.
Give me a second.
Dad. We're family.
This is my real father, Bob. There's a difference.
I had to see that because that's fucking bizarre. Alright, my bad. Alright, anyway. Anyway, my bad. My bad, guys. I'm watching a movie and I just love it so much. Oh my god, I love it. I love it. Fucking love it.
Hi, people.
Chimpanzee telling you what to do. I'm sorry, guys. I'm watching a movie and I had to look at it.
I'm an astronaut. I'm a ballerina. I'm an astronaut. I'm a ballerina.
Give me a second. Give me a second, guys. Not bad. Alright, back here, guys. Give me a second. Oh my god. My bad, guys. Oh my god. Give me a second, guys. My bad. Alright, it's over. My bad. My fucking guy.
It's not a big deal, rascal.
Oh, my bad. My bad. I do not own any of this, but anyway. As she's getting out, the Living Tribunal is about to do what he did to her all those years ago. Trying to split them apart. He split her apart. But all that, basically, I forgot where I was. Yeah, basically, as he's ready to do what he did. He even calls the others, and they periodically got to nowhere. Nemesis is kind of terrified. And basically, she knows what she has to do. Basically, no, that's not what happened. I remember now. She's about to throw a punch that's about to be worth 2 United States of smashes. Basically, this punch is she basically about to throw a punch that's strong to United States smashes. Basically, and she's charging up to go do this. Boom. The Living Tribunal is literally about the fucking backhander. And as she was aimed at the Living Tribunal because she can handle all for one. Just the Living Tribunal is a problem because they're both basically the same. But this time he doesn't have a spacey weapon. And basically he fucking hits her, right? He fucking hits her and also she hits him right in the face. And when this thing goes off, it's basically a big windstorm. She goes flying from the Living Tribunal's hit, which a crater, which made enough wind pressure to blow everyone else back. Because everyone else, Endeavor, Your Small Might, and all the other heroes are fucking getting thrown back. Nemesis is landing on the thing, and as fucking All For One is looking at this guy and thinking maybe he can take his quirk. And it's All For, and it's fucking and as fucking Living Tribunal is going up to go attack, All For One saying, "What's your quirk?" And Living Tribunal says, "What's a quirk?" Then basically they just have a back-to-back conversation. Basically, All For One is basically kind of like not freaked out, but like freaking like, why does this guy not know what a quirk is? He's been living on the rock. And basically, Living Tribunal has no time to talk, so he just fucking blasts off, leaving All For One in the dirt. But the All For One slowly will catch up though, flying over there. as this fucking Nemesis is charging up her attack. This is where the trick. He just fucking flies up, fucking jumps up. And she just jumps up and fucking got to deliver a punch worth fucking 8 United States of smashes. As these two are about to punch each other with the same amount of force. Everyone else is getting ready. Bakugo and everyone else is starting to wonder where he went. Everyone else is starting to think. The people that were together, they start talking together about how Deku could be related to the person. If that's the case, that's why he's missing. That's why he's gone. She came and got him, so this battle before this battle could commence. Well, she do that, and she's like, I don't fucking know. And they basically like, I don't fucking know. But that being said, this battle is not looking nice. You know, this other guy. And basically, they're just about to throw a punch. They're only like throwing a punch at each other right now. Boom! All this fucking wind pressure force. And they're just basically charging each other's attacks up way. Fucking Nemesis is powering up more and more of her power. Since she has the Infinity Stone to add more of her will, she's getting a bit stronger than and fucking throws another punch backwards. With the same amount of force as they go through each other, throwing him backwards. And fucking landing backwards. And Bakugo is starting to like, Bakugo is like, kind of piecing this together on why Deku's so strong. Then he starts to think Deku was found in an alleyway. And then he starts to think, And that's when Bakugo started to think maybe that's what happened after he punched me. Or was it him that punched him, you know? And he saw Deku punch him. But he went flying. And then all of a sudden Deku was in a different area. So Bakugo thinks that it wasn't Deku that punched him. You know, no, that's not the case where I'm going here. He punches him. But he punched him. But then the living Tribunal must have came because since Deku must have used his quirk. What the fuck did I say? She must have came because Deku used his quirk. Then she started thinking that maybe Inko isn't Deku the real mom, and she's more adopted. He's probably thinking that's why Deku knows like uses his quirk well. Because she was taught by his mother. That's what he's thinking. And then at least that goes on. While that's going on, Nemesis is just fighting her ass. Like, fight, boom. She's losing because, well, you know, she's losing because Living Tribunal is more powerful than she was. Even though she had all the stones, she was reborn. She's still getting more power, but she still thinks she's losing. And Deku is just basically in her head. She tells her that she has Infinity Stones. And the Infinity Stones are based on unlimited. And since you're you can go all out and use as much power as you want, because that's how much power they can grant you.
Mrs. Whitting!
What happened? Sorry, Miss James.
The charges up as powerful as the Living Tribunal's first punch back then, when they was basically took her down. And he fucking she fucking punches him, and fucking sends his ass flying. But you know, he had a secret weapon. He told All For One to hit her with this one, and this gun was damaged because of this battle, and it wasn't gonna fire an energy shield. It wasn't gonna do what he did to her then. Basically, what it did is basically it got damaged because of the punch. Because he previously threw energy blast to the Living Tribunal. I didn't say it though because I got caught up in my head just too much because I kind of stubbed my toe just a little bit. But you know what? Anyway, but yeah, his gun was damaged and shoot this at her, it should contain her. And basically, when he shoots it at her, it sends her flying. Because it did what it shot a massive shockwave, a pulse generator, basically. It shot a beam of pulse generated energy. A beam of pulse energy. And basically, it sent her flying backwards. Endeavor and All Might got to go all out. He got the last of his reserves, and he fucking charges up, and he uses the last of his reserves. Not the last reserve, he does, didn't he? Everyone else is charging up, because if they don't win it, she couldn't beat them. And basically, no. They go after all for one, because the living torpedo got blown back near the city where everyone else is watching this. He gets up, and he flies. He flashes over there, and he's for one about to finish off the heroes by either taking them, by killing them, because he doesn't need their clothes. He's strong enough. And Nemesis says that there's only a full limit of power she can give you, and she's basically at she get, you know that 150 you're talking about. Well, this is how Deku can control 150. Well, 150 is basically he hasn't used 150 at all, because he's not gonna use 150. He's gonna go to 200. Basically, she basically explains 200 to him, and basically 200. She basically explains what she's about to do now. We're about to boost his stats to 200, since he's pretty much strong. Since he's gonna be a buff dude, he's gonna be a bit stronger than she was. So basically, they do that, except the living Tribunal turns into an adult buff Deku. Which, since I don't have one of those, crap. I'm gonna turn into an adult Deku. What if it's been long enough? Pretty much it's been too long for 2 hours, right? I've seen a what if that went on for 4 hours, so don't get mad at me. Yeah, this one did nicely. Oh, you're gonna turn to this one right here. I mean, I know it's Adam Warlock. You probably don't know who that is, but I do. It's basically this thing for male version of Deku as a living crime. No, I don't know. This picture is not gonna do. Picture is not gonna do. Not gonna do. I think it's best for you guys to imagine it, because if you even watch the video, this video is probably like almost 3 hours long. It's enough to be fucking Avengers Endgame anyway. Her other arm isn't in the frame, so it kind of makes me upset. Not upset, just kind of pisses me off just a bit. But he just turns into a male version of her. His suit changing differently because the chest up there where it's exposed, where her chest is exposed just a bit. Is that the same picture I chose? No, it's not, but no, I'm gonna let it be. Well, the chest up there where it's exposed, it seals in, and basically the gold goes in, and the collar changes. And basically, where her suit changes a little bit. Instead of the little gold piece where her private is. Oh my god, I can't believe I'm pointing this out. It turns into more of a belt, like a golden printed belt, and the gold thing prints his abs basically. His abs, and his arms get buffer. His arm gets real buff, and his face changes to look like an adult Deku. Except he's like her powers, and his hair is fucking everywhere. His hair is a bit longer since it accelerated. His hair is the same, it's just a bit longer. And he's basically got the power of Tribunal, and he says you can take them on with this power usually. So basically, he just fucking blitzes off. The living Tribunal is up there with All For One. All For One is about to fucking wipe him off. And the living Tribunal lands next to All For One. I'm gonna say, I've asked you this question before. What's your quirk? For anyone to say anything, living Tribunal is blasted with a beam. The one that looks like the one Nemesis just fucking let off. No, he hits on. No, and Nemesis hits All For One. And All For One is just sent flying backwards. And Nemesis, living Tribunal, it senses that it's Nemesis, so he goes to charge off at him. More to say, because right now he's basically, it's a dude, not a woman. It's a dude, but they don't know that yet. And basically, Deku activates his ultimate move, and with this power, he pushes all of it to its limits. Not limits. It doesn't have a limit. It's unlimited. He pushes it to where he thinks it'll be. What the fuck? He pushes it where he'll think it'll be okay. And he just fucking charges up. And he basically just sends a massive beam by combining both his hands together, blasting a little bit tree. Then Tribunal isn't paying attention, but with all this power combined, Deku is blasting off. And the Living Tribunal is hit with the blast before he can actually get off in the air. He's hit with the blast, he's sent back a little bit, but he is upping his power to stand his ground. When he jumps at him, or he jumps at her, but he doesn't know it's a he yet. He just fucking jumps up. Before he can say anything, the blast stops, and he looks up to see a fist about to hit him in the face, and it does hit him in the face. Boom! Sending him flying. So this Deku, and his muscles are bigger, and he's a dude, and he's a bit stronger. He sends him flying since he boosted his powers farther into the tribunals. Since he's going all out, he's using Nemesis powers as well, and you see all the rainbow colors in there. Hands are flying, and the news camera and the people in the helicopter catchers what seems to be the woman returning, but it's not a woman. She's a dude. Yeah, and Living Tribunal, he catches his ground, and he rushes back. And then Deku was getting ready to do it. And everyone was looking at to see just a dude that kind of looks like the woman that was just there. And then basically everyone is just like, what? Just what the And Inko is on the TV just looking at this dude, looks like her son just a little bit. She pays no mind to him because Deku looks nothing like that. He's not an adult. He doesn't have that type of hair. But his quirk is similar to that. And she starts to think, huh? Basically everyone else in class when they're watching this notice how the dude looks like a Izuku. Now the dude kind of looks like a Nemesis, the woman who just come back. Then everyone is in their heads is like, is that his dad? And Baku was like, what the f-? And basically, and all for one is fucking, all for one, the Living Tribunal is fucking charge up, and all for one is a bit farther ahead of him. But when all for one goes for the punch, Deku fucking catches it, fucking blocks it, catching it, and he just had enough of all for one. All for one is literally about to kill the heroes, as the heroes are really about to go up and attack before Deku arrived. Or no one knows it's Deku. And Deku charges up his punch, and when he punches him, he explodes all for one. His punch just for the face exploded, and the only thing that's left is bits of his feet and his arm and some of his hand, and some of his other arm. Basically, he just explodes. He fucking explodes. And everyone else is just watching this as he just one shot the goddamn number one villain. And basically, the Living Tribunal goes up and sees that it's not Nemesis, and is very, very confused. Before he can think anything, Deku jumps up and starts flying towards him and starts shooting the beams out of his eyes. And everyone looking at Nemesis didn't do this. They start thinking, oh, that's that where Deku got his laser beam from? And basically, the Living Tribunal is just basically confused. Because he's like, what the fuck? And they're just trading blows because Deku is way stronger than him. Oh, fuck. Oh. And fucking Nemesis is using the Mind Stone, some of the power of the Mind Stone, to look in the heads of people in Class 1A. And he disguised a plan, because after the fight is over, he'll allow to explain what to do. And basically, they cut up with a plan, not really a good plan, but he's looking in the mind, looking in the minds of them and see how they think that Izuku you are your father. And he's like, what? And basically, basically, while they're just doing this fight above the city, fucking heroes are fucking trying to join the battle, fucking collabing with Deku. And as Endeavor looks at this guy's face and see how it looks like from the sports festival, he's like, what the fuck? And she basically creates a fake Izuku using Rally Stone who's gonna join the fight, and he's like, why the heck would you do that? If that Izuku gets killed, this is what I explained to you. Basically, she basically says, it's a past you, basically. It's the past you before you join. It's basically a future you. Once this future is you from the future once this fight is over. And basically, he's agreed to, basically act like you and join the fight and go into his mode. Go into enjoy the fight. He's like, why the fuck would you do that? He's basically, this fight is going. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. This what if is going out of books. It's going out of my control. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just saying what I'm imagining in my head. Oh, great. I'll be back, guys. Here comes another 8 minutes. I'm back. And basically, they arranged for him to basically lose. Basically. So after a while, the fight's going on. Basically, Deku starts holding back so they can go out with this dumb plan. And Deku wasn't willing to hold back. He wanted to finish the fight, but Nemesis is holding him back. Because basically, Nemesis wants to make Deku seem like a freaking powerful person here. Basically, Deku was basically losing in the whole program, trying to get him back up. And as they're trying to get him back up, the Living Tribunal is shooting them back. And basically, he basically rushes down and punches Deku in the gut, hitting the air out of him. Yeah, like that. And basically, then backhanding the heroes that are trying to help him. Like, this Deku's getting pounded on. And this is where future Deku comes in. This is where future Deku comes in. And basically, fucking shoots a beam at the Living Tribunal. Like the Living Tribunal. And everyone just sees Deku just come up. And everyone just sees a kid just go up here trying to join the battle. And then everyone else in class when they sees Deku fucking in the battle like an idiot. And as the Living Tribunal is like fucking confused. And Deku just jumps up. Future Deku comes up and puts all the power, all of his puts a combination, and even Nemesis power in there, as he just looks like the guy on the ground. Just a little bit, but not really. and he throws a punch and hits him backwards. He doesn't look like the guy. He just puts all the power in one arm and just fucking punches him. No. He just puts some power in his leg and hits him in the face. He's sending him flying backwards. And then once the fight tends to go on, Child Deku, which everyone is trying to get out of the battlefield, is punching. And Present Deku is getting up off the ground and fucking jumping up to go help. But this is future Deku, and Deku doesn't know this. Deku was told it's his past him, and if his past him dies, he ceases to exist. And this is giving Deku panic. And basically he's jumping up, taking hits for young him. What's this?
電子視点1200ドル。まあ請求書は来週持ってきましたので。はい。おいで。
He said he'll drop the bill off next week.
And basically he just fucking takes punches for his future self, but he thinks it's his past self. This is just making everyone confirm that this guy is Deku's dad, and this is why he's on the battlefield. And he just cocks his arm back and starts throwing fucking punches. And then when Deku gets punched, future Deku was told that this is past him as well, who came to the future because his present self, this person, this version of him, was killed, and basically his job is to stop him, and basically. Yeah, it's basically a big scandal, basically. It's a big fucking scandal. And as pure future that fucking present Deku is about to get his ass clapped. Fucking future Deku, which is actually past Deku, which is actually future Deku, is fucking getting pissed off because he dies. And this fucking multiverse will be fucking destroyed. So fucking hell yeah. And not destroyed, but basically is end of the world, basically what he was told. But he fucking jumps up. He pushes the power on one arm and basically fucking punches him, and then he fucking goes all out. Basically, since the guy on the ground has purple skin and he's getting up, and basically Deku is now just fucking entered a new form, which is 200%, and he looks just like the guy next to him. He's turned purple. He looks like a child version of this, except he's wearing his normal clothes, which was the I forgot the clothes that was in the canon. And he's fucking. This battle is like 40 minutes long, bro. I gotta calm down and chill it out. He fucking just fucking goes all out. They both just turn purple and have the same features, and this is just basically makes everyone in class funny think that these two are very fucking related. And Inko is just like, what the fuck? And Inko's like, what the fuck? And these two just charge at each other. Like, what the hell?
Bates! Sorry, Mom.
What the fuck? He fucking just leaps at him, and they both just go at him. Basically doing what All Might and Deku did in Heroes. Two Heroes. Which one was it? I don't know. And they just fucking do the same thing, except when they punch. So when they punch, they do damage, and they fucking kill the living Tribunal by imploding his body into nothing. Boom. But since future Deku is much closer to this and isn't thrown back by the shockwave, which future Deku is not as strong as he is as fucking past Deku is right now. When he throws this punch, fucking future Deku is thrown back by the shockwave because he was not expecting it, and what he was trying to do was fucking, after he punches him, he didn't think this punch would do too much damage because he just was ready to fucking fly back and jump back and make a portal, and we were planning to do the same thing, but since he wasn't expecting it, the shockwave pushed him back farther, and since he was up, and for present Deku was up here planning to fucking uppercut him, he ended up exploding because of the power, because they did not know what type of power there was before Nemesis could warn them both. It all ended badly. Because once the Living Tribunal fucking exploded, Present Deku absorbed the energy that came off this Living Tribunal. He absorbed it, making him fucking 100 times stronger, which is now fucking new. Guess why the fuck not? So I got a stain arc. I didn't do the stain arc. Shit. Real quick. You know, basically everything happens in canon except when Deku gets there, he's like, not supposed to say hero, serial killer, and blah 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 blah. Alright, let's go. Let's be real this time. Deku doesn't pair up with anyone, which means Ida dies. He does pair up with someone. He pairs with Night Eye's agency, and because of Night Eye's agency, he doesn't. No, he doesn't pair up with anyone. He pairs up with Night Eye's agency, but before they can do all that, he's initiated. You know, he's already initiated. I feel like I have a fucking future state to get with anyway. He usually does what he did in canon, except he paused time to get the thing out of his hand, you know, because you can't fucking stop something that's fucking stopping time. And he basically just unpauses time. He's just holding it in his hand. And basically, Night Eye's like, what the fuck? And he's in, but they're not really going at the area right now, because that's going to come later, because one forgot. So basically, he is in Hutsu City, and it means Ida dies, which is a mourn in Class 1A. Let's cut to the future, because no one cares. My bad, Ida. Oh, my bad, Ida. My bad, Ida. And basically, this ends with Deku getting, the Deku absorbing Living Tribunal's energy. And once the fight is over, future Deku is fucking thrown out of the fucking battlefield. As Living present Deku is standing there victorious out of a crater, and he absorbed all the energy of the Living Tribunal, let off during his explosion, which directly at him. And with that, Deku, he gets back. He gets out of the crater, and he stands there as all the heroes look at him. And basically, he looks at All Might in his state right now. He's not gonna be able to be a hero anymore. And Deku is just, you know, feeling fucking pity. Feeling pity, but it's part of him is wants to help him. This is power that he got from Living Tribunal. He's much stronger than he was. What the hell is this?
Ate his nails. One day he was so upset he ate his whole hand.
He did not.
By the time we pulled him off, he'd chewed all the way up to the elbows.
That is stupid.
That fella has to wear a muzzle now. A muzzle. All because he couldn't talk about his problems. I don't know about that outfit, Miss Tess.
I don't know about it either.
Getting out.
Anyway, my bad, guys. It makes me feel bad for All Might. He feels bad for Toshinori. Toshinori's gonna be urged to attack because this guy may also be a villain, and he charges up his hand. You know, no. He goes over to All Might. Basically, he has to keep his cool, and because if he doesn't keep his cool, it's being done. Because they basically realize who he is. There's only one person who's acting like that towards All Might, and he was fucking Deku. So he has to keep his cool. And as he's going up to All Might, he's ready to attack, but he reaches out his hand to shake it. And when All Might goes to shake his hand, you know, it doesn't go to shake his hand, but for a second there, he goes to shake his hand. And before anything else can happen, Deku reaches up and grabs his hand and fucking does this. He shakes it, but in the middle of the shake, his hand glows, and fucking energy surges throughout All Might, healing his wound and returning him back to his buff form, and he's forever going to be locked in this buff form. When he shaked his hand, basically he just shake his hand, and his hand glowed, and as the shake was going on, you know, energy fused without All Might. Fuck you, did I get to say? And energy fused without him. They're all watched, but All Might's wound healed. No one saw that though. But they watched All Might return to his buff form, and he looks like he did. And he looks a bit like he did in as young All Might, young Prime All Might. He's back in his prime. That his power restored to him by Deku, by cosmic energy. That not a lot of it, but just a little bit of it. That's gonna push him back to where he used to be. And basically, he can do what he did. He can do what he normally can do. Once the handshake stops, and he's done shaking his hand, All Might looks as he's back in his buff form. And as he tries to get out of it, couldn't. Basically, he just says, what did he do? Basically, he's confused. He's very confused as all of All Might's injuries are healed. The blood seeped back into his body. Everything's healed. And he's got his eyebrows, his fucking eyes are more noticeable. He's like fucking healed. He's like, and basically he just doesn't do anything. As he just fucking activates the Power Stone's power and fucking blitzes over there to the goddamn fucking unconscious Deku. And he fucking turns around and fucking walks over there. Even what the fuck?
Really good.
Hi.
How you doing?
He fucking just basically turns around and fucking. Oh, fuck. He turns around and he fucking just He goes down to unconscious Deku and picks him up, basically holding him like an infant child. And this makes everyone just like, really? We already know he's your son. Stop. But basically in his head, hold him like it's his son, and then he just fucking jumps up, stops time when he jumps though. So he's like slow. He's like fast. He just fucking blitzes off. Basically stops them in their tracks so he doesn't catch up to them. So he flies off, then unpauses, and then lets them move freely in time once they're got from distance away. And they're just confused, like where the hell did he go? And basically everyone just freaking 100% sure that guy's Deku's dad, and the other person was Deku's mom. Basically, once they land somewhere safe where they don't get discovered, they leave out of that form. He leaves out of that form because the unconscious Deku already left out of him, got unconscious. And Deku just fucking, he turns back to his normal form, normal Deku form. You know. There we go. Turns back into his normal form. He sets out unconscious Deku, which he thinks is past Deku. And as he wakes up, he tells him what happened. Well, you almost died, and I almost was into existence. And basically, they just have a background conversation about how they're the past version of the other. Then fucking Nemesis, their version of Nemesis, talk to each other and tells them that the other person is the Deku who just basically Deku is still in his form, because to be fucking confusing, still in his form, basically saying that the adult looking Deku is basically fucking past is fucking future Deku. The adult one is past Deku, and the little one is whoa. Yeah. No, he can't be from the future. He's gonna be the other past Deku. If he's in the future, he knows what's gonna happen. Basically, he basically explains which one's from the past, which one is supposed to be where. And basically, he's returned to his original timeline by his Nemesis. She basically fucking opens a time portal behind him, and he fucking just is sucked backwards by it, set into the ground, into the portal, and as the portal closes, that Deku's back in the past, and Deku just remembers all of this. It hits him in his head like it's goddamn a tumor, like it's got a migraine. And as it hits him, it assures that guy was past him. And as it hits him in his head about that, it is just a lot of news to take into his head. And a lot of all that extra memory, like experiencing the same battle from two different perspectives, It was just weird for him. And as that Deku was turning to the moment he just left, and Deku leaves out of that form and rushes off. And I'm not leaving this part off. I'm finishing this entire arc. It's gonna be a 8-hour video. It's gonna be a 3-hour video. And the next day, basically, All Might is still in his belt form. He thought he would time out by now because he couldn't leave out of it himself. So the energy, so whatever that Deku's supposedly father did to him is permanent.
Oh, Lord.
What the fuck?
I think you'll find that I've just won the bet.
So sorry. Here, let me help you.
Ibashira. But no, you do not want to check your preferences.
I just wanted to make a nice dinner. Sort of a thank you.
Maybe if I talk to Mom, would that help?
I'm the screw up. I've done this before.
You blew up another pig?
Bedtime, mates.
Good luck.
Can you give me one good reason why I shouldn't fire you right now?
Yes.
Fucking pig is splattered all over the walls. You should not fucking fire because something like that is good comedy. Anyway. I mean, basically, as deja vu, but as Deku was returning to his home, and basically, Yinko got a call from Mitsuki. He's like, "Who was that guy on TV? Is this Deku's father?" He essentially said it's not Deku's father, and there's the other girl with Deku's mother. Is Deku adopted all that shit? It's like she's a long night for her. As Deku was in his room sleeping, he's uploaded in there. He turned from his adult form to his kid form, and he's just sleeping. And now he has a new form unlocked, actually. And before he before he headed home, he headed to the beach because he saw how the form that version of him took. Basically, it was introduced by the Living Tribunal. No, introduced by Nemesis. And while he's at the beach before he goes home, he went into his child form, like the form out of it, in his child form, and he asked Nemesis how can he do with his past, his dead. And basically, he tells him how to do it. Nemesis just turns into that form that past Deku yelled while he was drawing alongside himself. Basically a kid version of adult him, you know. And he just forms out of it and goes home and goes to sleep. He wakes up, talks to Yinko, fucking rushes out to school. No. But he gets there to the dorms, right? Then he teleports in the dorms. And everyone just didn't see Deku come home. So is he not going to the UA anymore? And then his door opens and everyone's not at his door there in class. Deku's a bit late. And Deku just walks in the room. He just fucking teleports in the room. Teleports at his desk, and the portal closes. He had his head down. As the portal opens, his head down. As the portal closes, and he sits down. And as he finally puts his head up, and he sees everyone in the room is looking at him and they're about to ask him questions. It's like, was that guy your dad? And they're like, was that your dad? Was that your mom? He's like, whoa, too many. Whoa, is that what you guys think? Basically, and basically they just jump ahead. Basically, everyone in the UA, they will lose very fast. And everyone in the UA thinks that Deku is the son of one of the most powerful people, most powerful quirk users in the history of quirk, stronger than All Might. And all points are dead, you know. Shigaraki does not have one for all for one because Shigaraki was Deku's father's head, man. They're gonna try to get the Deku for it. But that's not gonna happen because Deku's fucking genius. He's big brain, tomboy brain. He's tomboy big brain. Whatever. I don't know. He's big brain. Okay, so let's cut over to the overhaul arc, area arc, basically. And basically, as they're doing all this shit, everything goes the same as in canon, because they're the staking out all this shit. And and Overhaul looks as the Deku as one of the most powerful quirk users in the world. His quirk needs to be taken because he could do anything with his quirk. And his quirk basically precedes him to be like fucking taken from him, basically. Give me a second, I was taking a sip of water.
Someone's being a very naughty butler.
Rascal. He licked the jar right out of Newton's
What the
hand.
fuck, man? Anyway, he definitely wants to get rid of Deku's quirk, but Deku's quirk is he hasn't told anyone this. And basically, before all this, no, he has told someone. Let's skip before this whole area arc happens, and he calls he gets called to the Nemesis office basically, and he questions him about who those people were. He doesn't tell them everything, but he tells them that basically he questions him, is he the son of a villain or something? And he basically says no, is that she's not a villain and she's not a hero either. She's just very overprotective. And when the whole attack thing happens like 10 years ago, it just because of protect me. She didn't really know anyone. Basically, he just said that, and the whole fight was ensued because she thought I was in danger, and that's kind of the reason why I wasn't conscious at the time. Usually, he just tells him that she's just trying to protect, and she's noticed that I was okay and not safe. She basically put me down, and he's like, let me leave this because there's the fact that All Might doesn't really see. They didn't really see how this could work. Then they realized that she can teleport people and things. She basically probably teleported Izuku out of there, then teleported Aizen, then left. And then basically they just don't question him about anything else because he basically just tells them everything except All Might. Because on the way out of there, it's just All Might is like confused of why he can't leave his buff form and why he hasn't punched anything or done anything. Like, is he still him? And All Might does not have his power anymore because he's quirkless. Remember, he's still quirkless. He's run out of his reserves. He's got no more power. And basically, he can't use his buff form. He can't really do it that well. No, he's stuck in his buff form because of the power that was inside of him. He can't live out of it. And basically, as All Might as Deku's on the way back to class, All Might chases him down and asks him, why can't he leave his buff form? Basically says that basically the person that's supposedly supposed to be Deku's father can't. It is bestowed this upon him. Basically, he can't leave his this is gonna be after school. If he start of Overhaul starts gonna begin soon. Give me a second, I just gotta see this.
Can I get you some towels now?
I get you some.
Can I get you some towels?
Get you some towels, man. I had to do it. I had to watch it.
That fucking burgers.
Look at that burgers. Not really the best thing to watch, but it's okay. Anyway, basically, this is after school, and the area arc about to start, and then literally the next day, basically, All Might tracks him down and asks him why can't he leave. Basically tells him what happened, and Deku already knows. He tells me he already knows. And basically, he asks him to ask his supposedly father why he can't leave his buff form. What? And basically, Deku literally knowing what happened, basically explains what happened. Basically says that you were healed. You notice how your wound is gone? He says yes. He just says, he gave you energy. Basically, he basically bestowed you abilities so that he basically gave you abilities. He's rewinding you back, basically healing you, and it knowing your buff form, he basically healed you. He put you back in your buff form and locked you in there, basically. And basically, he's basically at your strongest peak right now. And All Might is like, he knows this already because he tried to test it out. After instance, he heads home, but he's getting questions a lot about the fact that he's extremely powerful and can do that. Basically, everything happens in canon except Deku is a lot more stronger in this one. He's a lot more faster. He gets there on time, but not in time. His quirk is Mirio's quirk is still erased, but Deku's gonna give it back. Why wouldn't he? And basically, everything happens in canon except Aries' little time reversal thing isn't really that effective because Deku keeps fast forwarding himself to the same moment where Aries rewind him. And he says Aries trying to rewind him, basically where he would rewind him, it isn't. And basically he does what he does with him in canon, and he does more damage. Instead of throwing him the way where he was, throw him fucking higher, and fucking more things done to him. Well, basically, the hero exam thing, I don't feel like talking about that shit, so basically it happens like in canon. And fucking, it does, and basically he just fucking gets scared. He just fucking, after Aries is off of him, he cancel out her quirk, and she was lead by that. He does what Rachel does. He cuts off her quirk, and she basically put in the hospital. She can still use her quirk, by the way. And he didn't erase it. But after all that shit's over, everyone sees him as a goddamn god and shit. Let's get this little part in. When Deku's doing all this fucking crazy shit,
Bob the mascot?
Jerry?
Yeah. What happened to the Bismarck Barbarians?
I left not long after the owner fired you. He was a real a-hole.
I know.
Still got your helmet, though? You want to see it?
You bet. About Bates. Bates Jameson?
Pull up a chair. Ooh, put it on.
Yeah. Still fits like a glove. Really weird glove.
It took them 2 hours to remove that from his buttocks.
Yeah, probably shouldn't have left it on his chair.
So what about the Jameson kid?
Who wants to try out for the team?
He's kind of small. Why is it impossible to say no to you? Yeah. All right.
What the fuck is this?
Hi, we're
It's covered in frosting, but it's not the frosting that I want to fucking taste. Anyway, I never saying something. Deku does get shot with the bullet. I'm gonna have everyone else in the room see Deku get shot with a bullet. And at that moment, Deku is a bit confused with what a bullet does because it hit him in his basically in his chest. And Mirio sees that, and everyone sees this. And as Deku just takes the bullet, picks it out of his chest, because Deku doesn't have a quirk. His power is only because fucking Nemesis is inside him. That's the only reason he has his power. And basically, it doesn't do shit. It does jack shit. Because Deku just takes the bullet and fucking takes it. He fucking pulls it out and fucking lets go of it. That's the thing. He just fucking takes it out. And he throws it on the ground. Then he just fucking blitzes it overhaul activating all of his fucking going into those combo modes and fucking jumping at him. This is what we're doing with the canon. Now this is all over. Mirio comes up and says, why wasn't his quirk erased? And then this is when Deku just, your quirk was erased. And as Deku's hand glows, and he just pats Mirio on the, he just fucking touches Mirio's shoulder. And he touches Mirio's shoulder, and he just like, he heals him. He heals him. And then Mirio doesn't know this yet. So Deku says, try to activate your quirk. And then Mirio just like, huh? He says he's quirkless. He says, try to activate it again. And then he does, and he fucking seeps right into the floor. He like, he seeps right into the fucking floor. And as they're putting Overhaul into the thing, Overhaul sees what Deku did, and as Mirio is fucking in the fucking went to the floor, Overhaul sees what Deku did, and as Mirio comes out of the floor again, Mirio pops up. He's like, how the hell did you do it? And Overhaul's like, what? In his head, he's like, what's the point of erasing quirks? If someone's quirk can't be erased, what's the point of erasing quirks? If there's someone out there who isn't affected by the bullet's effect, and you give people their quirks back, and it just shocks him. Basically, what happens? It can't happen. Overall loses his fucking hands. And basically, Mirio thanks him, and basically word got around that Deku gave Mirio his quirk back after he lost it. And they're just looking at him like, how the hell did he do that? Then he goes just point out that two of his parents, what his dad did to fucking One For All, that fucking his mom couldn't. Because his dad's powerful. They're like, oh, that's it. This is where it's going to end off, guys, because I am fucking tired. And I have like 16 what ifs to get to. And you're probably not going to like this what ifs, probably not going to watch it, so, peace out, everybody. Subscribe. Comment, like, and subscribe. Turn on notification bell so you can get all my posts and shit. And don't try to comment, because I probably won't even read the comments, because, that's how I am. I'm a salty bitch. Bye-bye. Shit.